Right. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Scrutiny Management Board meeting for budget scrutiny. Before we start these proceedings, may I bring to your attention some housekeeping matters. There are no expected fire alarm testing today. Therefore, if the fire alarm sounds, please follow the signs to the nearest fire exit and meet at the fire assembly point in Civic Square. Can I ask that you use your microphone when addressing the meeting and that it is switched off when you're not using it? And please, can I ask that we turn all mobile phones to silent? This meeting will be broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of subsequent repeated viewing. By entering the Warspite room and during the course of the meeting, councillors are consenting to be filmed and to the use of these recordings for webcasts. Thank you. Item number 1, apologies. Can I ask Elliot, our Democratic advisor, whether there are any members of the panel that have submitted apologies today?
Thank you, Chair. We've received apologies from Councillor Steele. Councillor Rainsford is substituting today. Received apologies from Councillor Gilmore, Councillor Penrose is substituting today, and apologies from Councillor Finn, Vice Chair.
Thank you. I will be asking for nominations for a vice chair. This is a 3-day process, and I would feel it would be better to have continuity, to have the same person as vice chair during the whole of the 3 meetings. Councillor Finn produced his apologies late yesterday and explained that the Conservatives were unable to find anybody to replace today. So I am going to seek nominations from the floor for a vice chair. Councillor Freeman.
Nominate Councillor Murphy, please.
Councillor Penrose. As is common practice, can I have a show of hands? All those in favour, please show. Any against? Any abstentions? No. Then I congratulate Councillor Murphy on becoming vice chair for the next 3 meetings. So if you could join me at the front, that would be really good. Thank you. Item number 2, declarations of interests. Councillor Ricketts.
Good morning, Chair. Just something I wanted to clear up. It came to my attention that last year's Scrutiny Management Board for the budget, there was a WhatsApp group, and it had Labour Scrutiny members and Labour Cabinet members in it, and there was a series of lining questions up, etc. I've never heard anything like it before. It's not in the spirit of how scrutiny should be conducted for obvious reasons. We're trying to hold the administration to account, not line things up so they've got notes ready and all the rest of it. Can we be assured there is no WhatsApp group for this scrutiny panel, please, Councillor Coker? And if there is, can it be deleted?
First of all, I would say, is that a declaration of interest, which is where I am now. I am going to ask our monitoring officer to respond to your question about whether that's appropriate or not. So who's going to take that for me? Because I am under the understanding, and I'll be totally honest, when I go to full council, members have questions. I see some members stand up with written questions that they've pre-done, so I don't see anything wrong in that myself, because it is about communication. But I am going to ask, is it you that takes that, Glenda?
I am not the MO, but I will take the question and we'll have a response after the first break. Is that okay?
Just one further thing. I understand. We all understand there's WhatsApp groups for political groups and all the rest of it. That's absolutely fine. I'm just worried that the lines have been crossed when, even if it was Labour scrutineers had their own group, I think the line has been crossed when Labour cabinet members have been invited, and there's a whole series of messages telling them what questions are going to be asked, or the cabinet member saying, "Ask me this question, please." "Oh yeah, I'll do that," and vice versa. You know, Mark, I know you take this seriously, and I respect you. But we've all got to be careful. You're a Labour councillor, sort of. I don't want us being accused of marking your own homework, yeah? So if we can get some clarity on that, that'd be great. I don't think the public would be particularly impressed if there was such a group. It would make this the whole thing a charade. We've got to be operating in live play, not some preempted situation. Thank you.
I think Glenda's answered your question. So I'm going to move on. Item number 3, Chair's urgent business. Oh, sorry, Councillor Poyser, a declaration.
I noticed that I think it's session 2, the item is on education, and that I'm an employee of the YMCA, which is a partner with On Course, so just wanted to declare that.
Has anybody else got any declarations of interest? Okay, thank you. Chair's urgent business, there is none. Item number 4 is session plan. Now, I think I've looked at the way we do things this year, and I hope that the format that we've introduced today to ask cabinet members to look at their 3 most difficult areas to bring to us, it is a change, and also to put the next scrutiny meeting to have follow-up for us all, instead of at the end of the day being a little bit worried about time and not having time to consider the recommendations that we've got in greater detail. And also to invite any of the cabinet members back to our scrutiny panel on the 29th to answer any further follow-up questions that the panel might have. I will take recommendations at the end of each section that people want to make, so Elliot can keep a record of those for future discussions. So that's the way I plan to do it today. What I also don't want today, and I will intervene, we're here to look at the budget, as Councillor Ricketts reminded us just now. We're not here to look at individual pieces of casework, which sometimes this process has had, in my experience of my previous life, where people bring individual bits of casework to scrutiny and then it opens up a completely different angle. So I will be quite strict on casework, but I hope today that this process will give a meaningful outcome to what this panel are here to do. And also, at the meeting on the 29th, I will look for some feedback on how we felt this went and how we can improve the process for our next generation of scrutineers as we move forward. So that's basically it, unless there's any questions, because what I've tried to do is bring us back on time today, and I intend to keep to the timing throughout today, because some of us have got families that we need to get home and do things for. So without any further ado, if there is no questions, Then what I will do is I will move to the section 1, which is the leader of the council and the cabinet member for finance, Councillor Lowry. So as they've just gone to get them. Okay, good morning, gentlemen, and welcome to the budget scrutiny. Leader and Councillor Lowry to present their top 3 challenges and mitigation. And then we will then go into a question and answer discussion. So welcome, whoever wants to kick off. I would imagine Councillor Evans, it's you. So welcome.
Thanks very much, Chair. Well, you've had the challenges and mitigations already circulated to you, so don't propose to go through them and read them to you. And you'll be hearing from Councillor Lowry that this year's budget is, as we always say, a challenging one. Because along with councillors across the country, the financial pressures of increasing demand are always visiting our front door. But this is a growth budget, being no doubt about that. It's a budget that's filled with ambition and possibility. It's a budget that will realise Plymouth's potential, building on over 15 years of investment. Ultimately, our ambition for the city must be to deliver growth. It's only through more jobs, increased skills, higher wages, better housing and greater opportunities that we can raise prosperity, lifting people out of poverty and improving health outcomes. That is the best way to reduce demand for council services in the long term. So this is what this budget is all about. It's about driving economic growth. It's about getting our voice heard. It's about delivering unprecedented levels of investment. It's about driving new sources of income. It's about raising living standards. It's about reducing our long-term demand pressures. This city is at a tipping point. We have the greatest opportunity in front of us that we've had in decades. In the last 12 months, we've seen a series of national announcements that will provide this city with a platform for its most sustained period of economic growth in 50 years. The announcement of our defence deal and Team Plymouth, underpinned by a £4.5 billion investment in defence and a 50-year pipeline. Plymouth, named as the UK Centre for Marine Autonomy, leading to more inward investment inquiries in 3 months than in the whole of the previous year. Helsing opening its new UK manufacturing headquarters in Plymouth. Babcock Defence Dividend, committing large-scale investment beyond the dockyard walls with a city centre head office and new logistics hub. A £1 billion city centre investment pipeline created by our new strategic partnership with Homes England and shortlisting as a new town. £33.5 million of Homes England grants for Bath Street and the Civic Centre. A new city centre college campus focusing on blue-green skills. A £3.5 billion investment in the health sector in and around Derryford. Our ambition to be the UK's City of Culture and the Box's incredible 5th anniversary with a £244 million economic impact and a £92 million health impact. our ambitious proposals for LGR as well. It's time to realise our potential once and for all, Chair, and that this budget is laser focused on delivering those opportunities. It secures leadership and delivery capacity that we need. It provides the expertise to generate income. It provides the capital programme to deliver the infrastructure. It secures more investment and grant income than ever before, and it will create incredible new employment opportunities for residents. The budget maintains an ambitious capital programme underpinned by large-scale capital grants. In economic development alone, we are currently delivering £395 million of capital investment. Importantly for the budget, many of these projects are income generating, not just driving positive outcomes, but also hard cash that we so desperately need in rent and business rates. And in the last 12 months, we've seen some incredible milestones. £23 million Mill Bay port facilities completed, £9 million Mill Bay shore power investment underway, £32.5 million community diagnostics hub topped out, £25 million CDC2 outlying business case approved. That's on its way. £19 million Derryford District Centre completed. £73 million Freeport capital investment. £15 million direct development at Beaumont Way and Oceansgate through Freeport. £10 million National Marine Park regeneration at Tyneside completed. And of course, we've got the NBC underway in Plymouth. We've got £22 million Fulston Park Phase 1 completed and £100 million Civic Centre strip out complete and planning submitted. Now in 2026, Chair, we can look forward to starting on site at Bath Street, Mount Edgecombe Garden Battery, Civic Centre contract award and housing development appointment, as well as partner projects at Derryford Hospital, Homes England housing projects and Babcock Dockyard enhancements, plus completion of Fulston Park, completion of the CDC, completion of the Mountbatten Centre and our Embankment Road leisure scheme. This budget is also about diversifying the council's income away from council tax and business rates. This year, the economic development team will generate well over £30 million of income, a massive increase on the £21 million that we've been delivering per annum since 2016. And this year, the economic development team are currently benefiting from £225 million of external grants. Just let that sink in for a moment. So this combination of a highly commercial approach and excellence in securing large grants is a USP in local government. This builds financial resilience through capitalising staff costs and growing new income streams. Our regional and national voice continues to grow, and we hope this will continue as we approach local government reorganisation. For the first time in a decade, the government is listening to Plymouth, and it's not just words, it's backed up by cash and hard actions. So whilst this budget is challenging, it sets a course for the long-term prosperity and financial stability of this city. We have a moment in time that we must grasp, a once-in-a-generational opportunity to realise our collective ambition for Plymouth. None of this happens by accident, Chair. Every opportunity that you will hear about over the next 2 days is hard fought. We have been building the foundations for growth for over 15 years through successive budgets, while other councils hollowed out their growth departments. We now have one job as a council, and it is to grasp this moment to ensure that we all deliver for Plymouth. And that is why this budget backs growth. And that is why I am so confident for the year ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. Councillor Lowry, would you like to do your little bit first, and then I will open it to members?
I think Councillor Evans has rightly set out the ambition for the city. You'll forgive me if I attempt to speak to the papers specifically you got before you, because they look different to what you may have seen in the past. So a little bit of explanations along the way, please. So The first thing, of course, is we had a fairer funding settlement via the national government, which has made an awful lot of changes to our budget. So instead of having a one-year settlement, we've now got a 3-year settlement, which is great news because that allows us to plan much more effectively as a council, and each department knows what it's going to get in the years to come. So that's great news. That's the first thing. But what they've also done is they've rolled in specifically a number of grants that previously were one-offs. They'd often come maybe in March or April before we'd actually even set the budget. Now we know what those grants are, and they've been rolled into our net revenue position. So when I normally always talked about the budget being somewhere in the region of £250 million, now of course we're talking about some £320 million. So our net revenue budget has increased substantially because those grants have been rolled in. Overall, there's about a 5% increase in funding next year, around £15 million. But as always, you've heard me say on numerous occasions, it's the big four, which is adult social care, children's, the provision for SEND, and homelessness. The demand in those areas is rising fast. And we have, and we continue to put in place, a prevention first methodology to address that rising demand, and we very much need to do so. So to protect the most vulnerable residents in our statutory services, within this budget you will see an allocation of some £25.8 million of additional growth in those areas. So that's children, families, adults and homelessness. And without that additional investment of that £25.8 million, we would struggle to meet our statutory services. So it's incredibly important that we provide that extra money to those areas. In doing so, of course, we need to take a proactive approach to this rising demand, and you will see within the budget documentation some savings of £17.4 million in efficiencies. You will also note that I've included a one-off Treasury management action to adjust the underlying financial arrangements for debt and investment. This could be potentially in this year a £9.7 million one-off revenue funding. And specifically, you refer to the risk, so I will just briefly go through those, Chair, if I may. So you'll be aware, as Cabinet Member for Finance, I work closely with the Section 151 officer. And on this occasion, of course, we previously lost our 151 officer in November, and we're currently recruiting for a new officer. That area always has been difficult. In the 20 years I've served with this council, it's always been a struggle to get a 151 officer. And so that's one of my first risks. Treasury management, we live in a very colourful world where interest rates change up and down. So obviously we do have investments and debt. So therefore the impact of any change in interest rates will have an impact on our budget. And we've also been very effective in our property regeneration portfolio income in that it produces a lot of money for the council. You know, we bought and built a lot of assets over the past few years. We borrowed the money at a very low level, but there are changes potentially in legislation that will put further responsibilities on us as a council to upgrade those buildings in accordance with the government's criteria for long-term sustainability of those assets, particularly around the climate change agenda. So I hope that gives you a very brief summary of the key financial issues, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Larry, and thank you both for keeping to time. That really does help. I'm now going to open it to members of the panel for questions. So if you could show. I've seen Councillor Freeman, Councillor Penrose, Councillor Poyser, Councillor Ricketts, Councillor Blight. In that order.
Sorry, wasn't expecting that, Chair. So, Councillor Larry, thank you, and Councillor Evans, thank you very much for your introduction. Really, really positive, Councillor Evans, what you've been able to explain to us today. My questions that I have are relating to finance. So, Councillor Larry, there's you were just talking about Treasury management. So, for those of us that don't know an awful lot about Treasury management, can you explain a little bit about that and the investments? So, for example, if we have been and continue to be investing in properties and assets, what return do we get from these? And also you referred to the one-off treasury management action that may provide additional revenue funding. Can you tell us what that one-off action is, please? Thank you.
First question related to treasury management. So this is an area where I'm very proud of this council and the work we've done, because we sit with our treasury management advisors every couple of months and go through our asset base, our investments, and our debt. And if you were to compare us to many other local authorities, we have a very good portfolio in respect to our asset return, and our investments and our debt management is equally incredibly effective. And we've used that money, and we're very fortunate. We borrowed what people might say a lot of money when debt was basically zero. And David Raffin and I worked together, and we created what we call the regeneration portfolio. And we borrowed nearly £250 million, and we built brand new assets in this city, business parks that employ people, construction, and attract new businesses, pay business rates, pay rent, so on and so forth. So we did a really good thing over there, and I'm really proud of the work we've done there. And that provides us an awful lot of financial benefit each year. And I'll ask David to come in on the specifics of it in a minute. And the other point you raised was about the one-off treasury management activity in respect of our interest rate swap. And I was party to that decision, and I was the decision maker, and I'm very proud of what we did. I would have liked to have done more, actually, but the opportunity didn't arise. And we borrowed £72 million at effectively a 0.6%. And that borrowing allows us then to refinance that borrowing at a different rate and use that profit. So depending on the interest rate at the time, that interest rate credit swap could be potentially worth £30 million. And we're now in a situation where I'm saying, look, the demand for these services are increasing substantially. We were very brave in what we did and borrowed that money at that rate at the time. So let's use some of that money now in a very effective way and pay for public services. But I'll ask Ollie to come in on that specifically in a minute. But perhaps David can answer your question about the assets.
So the Property Regeneration Fund, which is a large part of the council's debt and income and treasury management, just to give you a bit of background, we started in 2016 and 2017. We have 28 properties that we have purchased, locking in on very low financial terms over a long period of time with good financial returns. The capital cost is 223 million of the assets that we have bought. We've got a further 45 million committed. The net income that we've generated to date is £24 million. That's the net income for the council. This year, the net income will be 3.5 million against a target of 3 million. Gross income 13.5 million. You'll have seen in the budget, we've actually reprofiled that up by another 585,000 because, as you imagine, leases fold in and we have to renegotiate new deals. And we've got an amazing property team. So every year, about 10% of our income is renegotiated, and we've done better. So you'll see in the budget proposals a further 585,000. We've been really clever and careful with lots of third-party assurance about the assets we've bought. So we've got very high occupancy. We're in very safe sectors. We've got a lot of industrial, which is really, really strong. And the vast majority of our assets are in the city. So not only are they income generating, but they're also strategic sites and regeneration projects. So it's as Councillor Larry said, it's been an incredible success for the council financially, and has significantly overachieved its income every single year since we started it.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, can our officers? I want to get as many questions as I can. So could we be succinct with our answers, please?
Yes, so it's important to understand that the council has various treasury management options, and Cabinet will look at those on the 9th of February and make a decision then. And other things could change as well I think the only thing I would add to Councillor Lowry's summary there is clearly these are options because they have value, they have long-term value. So in effect, this is a trade-off between long-term value and a strategic view that in a 3-year settlement, we want to use some of that value now, given the demand pressures. It is a one-off solution, and it's important, as the Section 151 officer has noted in the budget report and his concluding remarks, that we look to longer-term solutions as well over that medium-term financial plan.
Thank you. Councillor Penrose?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you both very much. It was a really good introduction, and it is exciting to hear what you have to say. But then you seem to be saying something's going to happen, it's all going to change if we do the right things. So two big things coming up are LGR and then the Newtown, the task force that's coming in. So how, Councillor Lowry, how would you see those two things having an impact on the finances? Would they really change them, help them? Or be between them?
I mean, the opportunity of LGR is enormous for us, right? It's, you know, it will increase the population of Plymouth beyond 300,000, bring in new taxpayers into our family, and also new responsibilities towards those as well. But I've said this before, you know, if you look around the large city network in the UK, there's something magical happens when you get over 300,000 in terms of momentum and how people view you. And, you know, this focus that we've got on growth, on baking in housing growth, economic growth, to make us less reliant on council tax and business is really important, I think. The other thing it's important to say about the LGR is that we will be adding to the size of the city as well, which will enable us to take in opportunities around housing, development land and industrial land, which will, I think, give us the opportunity to be much more in control of what happens around the edge of Plymouth. I think, you know, we've seen Sherford, you know, there've been some significant problems, I think, with the way in which Sherford was developed out, which are now being sort of retrofitted almost. And we want to make sure that, you know, we make sure that we're much more in control of what happens on our border. I think in terms of the Newtown, I mean, you know, we're on the list, we're on the short list, and you know what we've said is, you know, we're not a green field here for the Newtown. I mean, we're in a city centre, and that provides unique opportunities for us. For example, the railway station is here, the mains electric is here, the sewage and water system is here already. All of these things which you normally have to kind of plan for decades, actually we're good to go. And so, you know, one of the things that we've said is that, you know, we'll be focused on delivery and we can get going quite quickly. I mean, the Civic being, you know, an emblem of the kick start and the quick start that we're looking for from a Newtown development. I met yesterday, along with Councillor Lowry and others, with our team, the team that we've hired to talk about the master plan for the area. And boy, have they done some big stuff in around the UK, in cities like Birmingham, and I mean, you know, blown us away really by what they've achieved. But what was really thrilling to hear from them yesterday is how excited they were about the opportunity. And they're not just saying that because they got the contract, so you know they passed the audition. But what is thrilling about it is what we're trying to achieve here in the city centre, in terms of a new town, and building a new city. In a new town in a city centre is something that hasn't happened in many places before, but we're confident that we can deliver this, because we have incredible professionals behind us. So those two things, and then, you know, you didn't ask me about this, but then we've got the devolution conversation as well to have, and the opportunities that presents as well, for getting some truly strategic conversations going with our neighbours in Devon, Torbay, Exeter and beyond. I'm so excited about the tools that we now have at our disposal.
Brief. Within this budget itself, there's no specific allocation in respect to those issues that Councillor Evans raised. They will be reflected in the medium-term financial plan, of course, but broadly, there are always ups and downs. So if you look at the LGR stuff in respect of the potential new parishes that will work alongside Plymouth going forward, that's broadly cash neutral. So they shouldn't be giving us any money, we shouldn't be giving them any money. There will be efficiencies in certain areas, you know. We're all emptying bins collectively. We can do that more efficiently if we join together, of course. But broadly, it's cash neutral. In respect of the new town, of course, that will have a tremendous financial benefit to the city in many respects. In my very purest sense, if I looked at council tax, I can probably add £15 million a year to the council tax base as a consequence of those new homes. In addition to that, of course, there will be economic regeneration and business rates. But within this budget itself, there's no allocation as such yet.
Thank you. Councillor Ricketts.
Sorry, thank you, Councillor Coker. Good morning, everyone. I've got some questions. With the council tax position, our collection rate is 97.5%. Is it me? Is that dropping our collection rate? And what plans are we putting in to collect the 100%? And I've always been fascinated by, obviously, when people aren't happy with their cities. I'm not saying they're unhappy in Plymouth, but you hear, I'm not going to pay my council tax. What are the consequences of somebody just not paying council tax anymore? Are they on a red risk? How do we deal with that non-collection rate? Thank you.
From memory, our collection rate broadly has been maintained at the current level that you referred to, Councillor Ricketts, for the last decade. That's what we set as our collection rate, but we actually normally get more than what we set. And that normally benefits to the tune of roughly, the officers might correct me on this, about £1.5 million a year. Obviously, we work as proactively as we can with people to ensure they pay their council tax, you know, and as you've read out, you know, 97% of people do pay their council tax. And those that don't, we remind them. Sometimes we work positively with them. Sometimes we have a carrot and stick approach where we take people to court and we attach it to their wages. Thankfully, we don't put people in prison because that would be an inappropriate place to do. But by and large, we have a very proactive approach to it. And you'll be aware that the government has recently launched a consultation, and we've responded to that consultation, and we're waiting for the government's response to give us more flexibility and the general public more flexibility on how they pay their council tax. But Helen's here, who's an expert in that field, and maybe she might better help us some more.
So, as Councillor Larry said, the 97.5 rate has been that rate for quite some time, and it wouldn't be prudent or good financial management to include 100% rates. Also, as Councillor Larry said, if we exceed that in year, then that follows into the following year as a surplus or deficit. And for 26-27, we have about half a million surplus factored in. So it does follow through either way. Does that help?
Thank you. A further question on page 27. It was one of your priorities, I'm sure, about the wage bill. The wage bill makes up most of the revenue budget, and that is an ongoing factor for you, obviously. When it talks about salary-related costs, we budgeted for a 3% increase, but actually the NJC pay award was actually 3.2%, which has caused us that extra pressures, 186 million. So 0.186 million. How did that happen when we budgeted for 3%, that it went to 3.2%? Was this union pressure?
We simply don't know exactly what the pay rise is going to be till they're obviously agreed. So we make an estimation in our budget, and as often things change along the way. So sometimes they go up, sometimes they come down.
I think it's quite important to remember that wage negotiations on public sector pay in our sector is done cross-party. Just to bear that in mind.
Right.
Do I come back to me, or?
You can come back on
time.
any point from that. Otherwise, I'll start the round again because you've had 2 goes. All right. Going to move to Councillor Poyser.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your introductions as well. It's always good to hear about the work that's going on behind the scenes when it comes to growth and regeneration within our city. And I'd just like to focus a few questions on the Property Regeneration Fund itself. And I think the first one, I take it that forms part of a broader portfolio of property investment. So it sits within that as well. And things have changed over the years. So we're no longer investing, as it says within some of the documentation, just for income stream. Essentially, there's more strategic investments as well. So with changes that have happened in terms of interest rates increasing, we've seen some of these properties haven't gained capital appreciation as well. I was just wondering, are there plans to dispose of some of these assets as well? Because I have noticed, going back over the last 5 years, that these are actually producing losses overall, about £42 million worth of losses in that overall investment strategy. So, and I just wondered whether there was a strategy which we're going through to dispose of some of these assets, because some of the income from that could be quite used to fund some public services as well.
I just ask what page Councillor Poyser is referring to in respect to the loss, because I don't have that at all.
Okay, so the calculations that I've made are from the annual statements over the last 3 years, looking at reductions in yield, increases in depreciation in capital value of those properties as well, and the reductions in yield and increase in interest rates as well. So overall, the overall property portfolio is making losses, and I'm notwithstanding the benefits of the investment portfolio, but do we have a clear picture on which of those assets are costing the council money?
So I mean, I can perhaps help if that's all right. So there are 2 things you mentioned. We have a legacy estate and we have the property investment fund. They're managed separately. So when we set up the property investment fund, we haven't made any losses. So we've actually made a huge amount of money. I think it'd be good to see what your source data is. So clearly, we're effectively servicing our debt over 25 and 50 years, getting the income, the capital value is being paid down by somebody else. So during the journey of the 25 years of debt, the asset value may go up, it may go down, but that's not what we're interested in. We're interested in the income over the long term. So we're interested in the security of the income, the quality of the covenants, the quality of the lease renewals, the balance of the sectors we're investing in. So if you look at the stability of capital values through Ukraine, through credit crunches, through all those things, they'll go up and down. But if you own a property and the property's been paid by your tenant over 50 years, those fluctuations become irrelevant, because actually what matters is, have you got a good tenant? Did you buy good property? Is the property in a good position? So where we've been really, really, I think, I would say clever, because that sounds innovative, or diligence, the word I'm looking for. Where we've been diligent is we've bought really, really well. We've bought where we've got incredibly strong secure covenants. So we've got tenants who are blue chip, pension quality yield. And you've heard around the country where some local authorities have bought poorly and managed these assets poorly. We could not be further from that. So I think, I'm not sure on the source data, but I think the PRF hasn't made a loss. It's overachieved its income, and the asset values fluctuate, but it's totally irrelevant when you've got a 25-year income play.
Councillor Poyser.
Thank you for that more detailed explanation. I don't think I'm trying to discredit in any way the property investment portfolio, that particular fund itself, as I think from what you've just described, it's a very positive contribution to the local economy. I think when you talked about the legacy portfolio, how much of a handle do we have on those individual assets which are potentially costing us money, the council money, and what are the plans to address those?
Again, I mean, they're making a significant, from memory, it's about 7 million income. The way we manage assets is very specific, which is that when we buy an asset or when we have a business plan for an asset, we deduct the holding costs and the management costs and the required investment in the property as part of the income stream. So we don't state a gross income and then have a series of crises. So we have a series of reserves and a series. So the income already takes account of what the investment is. So if we need a new roof, we don't go to the capital program board and say, "Will someone else pay for it?" It's included in our income stream. So the only thing that all property owners will have to deal with is the new EPC ratings, which relate to the energy requirements, and the policy hasn't yet to settle. But fundamentally, a good property management includes those costs out of the gross income before you declare the net income. So we plan for all of those things. So we have on our commercial estate and our PRF, we have condition surveys on all our buildings. We have sinking funds for all our buildings. The PRF in particular has a sinking fund so that if we lose a tenant or we have to refigure the building, that budget is already in. If we buy a property and we know we're going to have to replace the roof in 5 years, that's part of the business case.
Councillor Larry?
Briefly, just to give you some assurance, every quarter I sit down with the team and we go through every single asset we have and look at its financial viability and around all the issues that David has just raised. And if there are issues, I mean, we have had some in respect of city centre holdings, of course, because many city centres have been struggling. And equally, if you look at commercial letting viability sort of indexes, you will see recently they've started to increase substantially because COVID came along, everybody moved out of commercial property. Now, weirdly, everyone's moving back into commercial property. And David's entirely right. We're not here for a 5-year period of time. That money we borrowed to build or buy those assets, we borrowed it over 50 years. So we're in it for the long game. And just to reassure you, we are getting a return on each and every investment we have. Some we'd like to have more, but that's not always the case.
Thank you. Councillor Blight.
Thank you. And I think my question follows on from that. On page 2 that we were provided in terms of the challenges and mitigations, right at the very end, there's reference to the ED costing the council 0 and making 1.5 million surplus after covering all its costs. I assume the costs are financing the debt as you just described. Is that right?
So there's two things. One, economic development is pretty unique in that it has a very high proportion of debt servicing set against assets. So I can't remember exactly, but I think it's around 8 million of our budget is paid on debt repayments, but we get a very significant return that we pass back to the council. The other is that you're investing in capacity from that income to do the things that we've discussed today. So the council's making a choice to invest in growth capacity. So as a result, I think the leader mentioned today, we're benefiting from 225 million of grant income. You don't get that grant income if you haven't got the pipeline. You don't know how to access the funds. We've got, I think my capital programme in here is about 100 million, but that 100 million is leaving 400 million of projects. So ultimately it's a choice. You could deploy the property income not in that economic development and growth capacity, but that's the choice that's been made. But the return on that investment is I think been set out earlier by the leader. So it's two things. The final thing, it's the debt repayment and it's the capacity. The other thing says even after all that, we make a surplus of about 1.5 million. So we're not zero, we make a contribution back.
Thank you. And so following on from that, given that we're looking to make savings, have these costs been reviewed to see if there's any more money that can come back to the council?
So I run a rolling P&L for every aspect. My background's Marks and Spencer, I can't help it. That's the only way I know how to do it, is to run a P&L for everything. So I run a P&L for every one of my services. So I could do it now. I could tell you the income and the cost, and in every one of my services, I am seeking to increase the income and reduce the costs. And a great example would be Mount Edgecombe, which used to cost the council around £200,000 per annum. Same for Cornwall, and through really innovative property work and introducing several holiday lets, it's now zero. The events budget is now 50% grant funded. So it's just the way we do it. So we chase every pound and we chase every job. And I believe we're at a threshold where we're not about doing things cheaper, it's about doing things or not doing things. But obviously you can't have the upside, you can't have the growth, and you can't have the income, and you can't have all of that, the new towns and those benefits, if you haven't got the capacity. And my experience personally is that's what government has recognised in Plymouth, is if you give us £1, we'll probably turn it into 4, and we'll probably do it really, really well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rainsford.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking at page 19, recovery grant, and reading through the area talking about business rates, income and pooling gain. It gives me some concern, because clearly some of the assumptions being made by MHCLG look as though they're wrong, and it would be helpful to know what conversations are you having conversations with MHCLG to get us back to the 5% uplift.
The draft settlement, on which we're basing everything on, was published before Christmas, and we are still excitedly waiting for the outcome of the final settlement. I met with MHCLG officials and the Secretary of State, was it last week?
Yeah,
Was it this
week?
week? This week.
Monday,
To talk about changes being made to the NNDR pool. We're not the only local authority that this has happened to. In fact, I think all the top tier in Devon have had the same issue, and I believe that top tier authorities across the country have had similar. So we were quite assured, weren't we, to hear the officials say that they were reviewing those changes to the pool, and I'm hoping for a positive outcome from those discussions when the final settlement is published, which probably realise itself in an increase in the grant that you just talked about.
Could be 2.7 million.
Yeah, I mean, that's the value of it to us, 2.7 million. So anything approaching that would be balloons out and trumpets. But they heard us loud and clear, and that was very encouraging.
Councillor Freeman.
Avon calling. Sorry. Councillor Lowry, page 27 of the report, paragraph 11.3. So employer pension contribution rates for the local government pension scheme says about there's an expected reduction from 19% to 16% from April 2026, which will result in a £2.38 million reduction. Has this been confirmed yet? And if not, what if that reduction doesn't happen?
I mean, it's good news. You'll recall previously we had what we referred to as a pension deficit, i.e. the council wasn't paying enough into the Devon Pension Fund to pay for pensions in future years. We made that up previously, and as you can see now from this table, the pension fund is making a surplus, so therefore our contribution can be less. As to whether that's been specifically, I think Helen has got the information to assist us.
So we've had the formal notification from the pension fund, which is accompanied by an actuary's report. So I would say it's very likely to happen. So we're quite confident to include it in our budget numbers.
Councillor Ricketts.
Thank you, Chair. On page 47, I just wanted to clear up this kind of mystery. Various cabinet saving proposals to be confirmed, 2.5 million. I mean, that's quite a one line for a lot of what? Is there anything you can share with us on that?
As you've heard me say, this budget paper looks a lot different than we previously had in the financial settlement. Whilst we've got some information, we haven't got all the information. You just heard from Councillor Evans that we're still engaging with ministers and officers in local government to get our financial settlement to reflect what it needs to be. But in addition to that, as a cabinet, we are going through this budget in detail and looking at further opportunities. And we've had a couple of meetings. But I can't at this stage, because we haven't agreed what they are. We've set ourselves a target and we've got a list of stuff we're looking at. And over the next few weeks, we'll detail that in further once we've had an opportunity to work with officers. And I know that's not entirely exactly what you want to hear at this stage, but we're, you know, in the context of a £320 million budget, £2 million is not exactly sort of a huge sum. But we're working through those and we're going to come back to you in the coming weeks. And of course, it will form part of the papers that go to Cabinet, and it will form part of the papers that go to full council in February. So we're not hiding anything away, we're just not ready for everything at this stage due to the substantial changes in the formulas that we're currently looking at.
Just one more. Just thank you for clarifying that, Mark. That, yeah, is, I know what you're saying, but it's a bit of it's a lot of money, but I appreciate what you're saying. Just the final one on this, on page 53 was kind of the latest monitoring position. I think there was some sequencing that was slightly out of sync at our scrutiny panel last time, Mark. And at that point, there was an adverse variance of nearly 6 million. So I want to talk about the here and now. Where are we with that? Because I know we're talking about next year, but that may affect things. Is that bit, I know there's a narrative there, but could you just take us through, is that cleared or are we still in that position? It's quite a hefty amount.
Councillor Ricketts, I don't have a page 53 in my pack, but Gary just passed it to me.
Current variance of nearly 6 million, yeah. That was the current position.
In my discussions with the officers this week, last week, my memory is this figure's more about roughly where we are still at the moment, but I'm sure once again Helen can give you the exact figure.
Yeah, this is the most up-to-date figure because we're still working on month 9 at the moment. There will be some changes, but we don't have that information for you yet, so probably safe to assume it's sustained at that amount currently.
Just because of the knock-on, are we, like Mark was saying about the 2.5 million, are we confident we're going to get a balanced budget by the end of this cycle?
We have no choice, Steve, as you know. There's a legal requirement on us in law to do that. So we'll have to do whatever we need to do to balance the budgets. But that said, we discussed that at Cabinet on Monday, and officers and members are working together to ensure that we do have a balanced budget. And I'm very confident that we will at the end of the financial year.
Councillor Holloway.
Thank you, Chair. I have several questions. The first one relates to our reserves strategy. So I guess it's a question for Councillor Lowry, with officers having all the details at their fingertips, I'm sure. If we look at the papers from page, sort of around page 100, basically from about pages 98 onwards is the whole section, provides the overview. Obviously, there's been some discussion over the last 12 months regarding reserves. We saw in the this financial year, we had the mayoral referendum, for example, which put a pressure of nearly £500,000 away from our council's reserve, which I would have liked to have seen spent on other things affecting public services. For those members of the public that may be watching with an interest in our reserve strategy and what it means for the city, would you be able to sort of provide sort of an overview of what is our approach, how has that kind of changed over the last year? And are there any unexpected or anticipated but previously unexpected changes to reserves that might happen in the coming financial year?
Thank you, Councillor. Page 100 at the very top, table 2.1, sets out what reserves are held at the end of this, or the end of the 24-25 financial reserve. And you'll see the working balances. That's something we often talk about. That's almost like cash in the bank for if something dreadful happens and we can pay for it. We try to maintain them around 5% of our net revenue position. Previously, £250 million, £11 million, that's about 4.7%. And moving forward, of course, we've got a revised, we've got a new revenue position of some £320 million. So we're going to have to put extra money into our working balances to increase them to maintain that 5%. And that's something that we've set out in the table. In addition to that, of course, there are potentially, over £500 million of reserves there. Some are referred to as usable reserves, some of them are not usable reserves. And they do change, of course, and when I talk about treasury management, if I talk about the interest rate credit swap, from a financial perspective, that money could effectively move in from treasury management to reserves and give us more money to spend on public services. And the provision of statutory services is, of course, the first thing we should always look to. You'll also be aware that the DFG grant, Dedicated Skills grant, is causing us a problem because that's increasing year on year. I think from memory, we're forecast to get to a £54 million deficit. I think Devon, for instance, is a £400 million, just to put it into some context. And the government has signalled that that debt now has to be reflected in your balance sheet. So when you look at our debt portfolio, it looks like it increases substantially because we've been out buying stuff or doing stuff, but we haven't. We're just reflecting that debt on our balance sheet. And if you look at some of the pages, you'll see that we now have to finance that debt. And that's about a couple of £1 million a year on average now, which personally I don't agree with. I think the government should take that debt on itself, should take on that deficit and the subsequent debt. So I think we've set that out in these papers, and I know you've got a further session this afternoon or this morning with the SEN team, and perhaps you can explore that some more. And I would like us to go back to government and say, look, page 25, table 13, we set out how that DSG deficit and the interest costs for that affect the council. And I don't think we should hold that debt. I think it should be held by central government, and I think they should pay for the debt personally. So I would welcome your exploring that item and see if we can find some way of pushing back to government and say, look, this isn't our debt, this is your debt. You should deal with that, is my view. Does that help? Sorry.
Very much so. And Chair, can I suggest that that's a theme we revisit on DSG later this morning, but also to factor into our recommendations as well, if there is an action that we can collectively advocate to central government for around the sort of reporting and financing of that debt, as you suggest. I have a couple more questions, but I want to be respectful of time, Chair.
I've allowed people to have two, so feel free.
Okay, I'll pick one then. So I have a question about Team Plymouth, and I think we've done a lot of work in the committee that Councillor Ricketts chairs on just how exciting an opportunity that is for the city and for our future. Sort of two components that I want to bring to the surface in sort of budget context. Firstly, how is this budget tangibly different from if Team Plymouth didn't exist? So how is this different from if we hadn't have had any of the announcements of the last year? How is our investment in making that a success different here? Which may be a question for David as well. And relatedly, Team Plymouth is about a lot, how we're, doubling down, making our bets on our future economic strengths and the returns that we'll get. Has any consideration been given to how our collective pensions investment pots, and I know they're a shared pot with Devon County Council, has any consideration been given as to how our investable pension funds can be put behind some of those kind of sectoral strengths that we're looking to see as a city, i.e. is there more we can be doing to leverage our funds to support scaling businesses in that field? Thank you.
Somebody like Mark, because he's our rep on the Devon pension, so Mark would pick that one up. And in a slope and shoulders move that you appreciate, I hope, I'm going to ask you to pick up on the Team Plymouth stuff. Bear in mind it's early days on the flow of money at the moment, but we've recently appointed Amanda Ratsey to lead on Team Plymouth from a council liaison point of view, which means we're having detailed discussions about the utilisation of cash. There's a lot on the agenda, Chair, in terms of training and skills funding. The whole piece on housing is actually, partly promulgated on the basis that we're going to need more people to come to Plymouth and to stay and live in Plymouth. It's kind of implied, if not explicit, there. Are we able to sort of give a hint at some of the things that we're talking about in terms of utilisation of future funding from Team Plymouth?
We could also mention that Homes England have already invested a substantial amount.
That is on the basis that we've got this project underway. One of the reasons that we have played the defence card quite shamelessly, Councillor Holloway, in this space, as you can imagine. Because it is quite an advantage for us at the moment, given the fact the project cannot fail. And we keep saying that to every government minister we meet. Anyway, would you like to bring us up to date?
Yeah, I'll jump in before you answer all the questions for me. Thank you, thank you, Leader. So I think in terms of Team Plymouth, I would characterise it as a kind of investor grow opportunity. When David was talking about the huge amount of grant opportunity that we've brought in the past, Team Plymouth represents an opportunity to bring in a share of the national 250 million set aside for defence growth deals. I was in a meeting with partners around the city yesterday to begin the shaping of what that kind of first application to that growth deal might be. If the basic maths, 250 split 5 ways across the country indicates that we might expect to get around 50 million of that. As you'll have seen through the Growth Scrutiny Committee, as you alluded to, the things coming through, I think in the first tranche that Team Plymouth is looking to prioritise is around skills. So making sure that Team Plymouth is investing a proportion of that 50 million in the opportunities for the residents and businesses of this city to realise the growth and job opportunities. So I think we'll see a raft of skills propositions coming forward to make sure we're upskilling and skilling our people and our businesses. And the second one will be around business growth. So as Councillor Evans said, we've seen a huge increase in our inward investment pipeline. We need to make sure we're giving the business support to those businesses, whether that's through HE and innovation linked to autonomous vehicles, or whether that is linked to industrial space and building more capacity for those businesses to locate in the city. So I think that will be the first tranche. And we've accommodated Tudor was just saying, we've accommodated a new service director. The role of that service director will be to go out after those opportunities and make sure we're capturing the value. That's the kind of financial side, but I think we're also seeing the influence benefits and the lobbying benefits of having Team Plymouth as a wider partnership batting for the city locally, regionally and nationally. And certainly when we talk to our partners at Homes England, that is a big part of their decision to invest in Civic, to invest in Bath Street, because Team Plymouth, the workforce growth that we're projected to see through that defence pipeline of work that Councillor Evans said, is going out to 2050 and beyond, will be providing the workforce and therefore hopefully the homeowners and home buyers of the future and creating that demand in the city centre. So those two things are linked, and it is about the money, and we'll be going after that money as quickly as we can. We expect that to start to flow from government next financial year, but it's also about the influence and unlocking other funds that comes with that.
I'll ask a quick supplementary. Thank you. That really helpful answers. Just two quick points come to mind. Firstly, great that we've got the appointment of Amanda, who's been, a fantastic advocate in this area for years. So welcome that. Do officers think that you've got enough in this budget to, I know it's not just about Amanda, it's a Team Plymouth effort in the broader sense. Do you think we've got the manpower in this budget to fully deliver on all these interconnected moving parts? And relatedly, Leader, you mentioned, people coming into Plymouth. I note in the budget there's a, sort of line on the railway station redevelopment, which residents certainly in my ward and elsewhere may be wondering the latest. And I know that's a capital programme thing that has a sort of staggered thing through to the 29-30 financial year. Could we just have a very quick update on where is that aspect of the railway station development at, in terms of, that's our gateway into the city, how's that going?
I'll get David to update you specifically on the railway station project, but if I could say on rail links in general, you might know or might remember I've been up to London to speak with Lord Hendy to talk about the potential for reopening of Tavistock to Plymouth. I've also been talking to Network Rail about the prospects for Plympton, a Plympton railway station reopening, maybe not quite in the same place it is now, but somewhere in Plympton. And then there's the other thing to recall is that, we've been talking actively through our friends in the Peninsula Rail Partnership about the Plymouth Metro concept. So linking Ivy Bridge, at the moment we've got fantastic railway service. Well, some Cornish travellers might not agree, but we've certainly had dramatic improvements in frequency and regularity from Cornwall into Plymouth. And what we want to see now is that east-west thing happening. That's going to be pivotal, actually, and talking about where the transport hub might be for that, might be the railway station, might be North Road station, and then disgorging people from there by bus to the dockyard. There's plenty of conversations to be had over the next few months and years about how we do this. But the excitement isn't just about the railway station, it's about the whole thing around integrated transport. And it's one of those big asks that we've got to have in this context. Because if you're increasing the size of the Plymouth economy, which we will be by 25% over the next few decades, then clearly our transport arrangements will have to also reflect that economic activity, otherwise it won't happen.
I think that's fine, yeah. I don't think we need to go, I think that's enough in respect.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Holloway.
I'm respectful of time. If it is possible offline to follow up on the points around how we're investing pension funds in scaling businesses and also just on the manpower support. But we don't have to do that now if we don't have enough time, but it'd be good to return to it at some point.
Thank you. Councillor Blight.
Thank you, Chair. My question about DSG, I think, was largely taken up by Councillor Holloway. So thank you for that. So I'll ask a different question regarding page 21, table 8, which refers to the homelessness, rough sleeping and domestic abuse grant. And Councillor Larry, you talked about homelessness being one of the big four in terms of demands on our budget. And yet that table shows a decrease in the grant coming in. Why is there a decrease given that this is a growing issue?
Entirely right, Councillor. As I said to you, this document is quite difficult for us to deliver because the Fairer Funding Settlement gives us extra money in some areas, and within those areas where they're given the extra money, they've also given us a responsibility. So therefore, it's very difficult to compare apples with apples. That's why we try to be as transparent as we can. So having met the Minister on Monday and had this discussion, said, well, you know, you're giving us a reduction in our homelessness grant. You know, their officer's response was, well, that's fine, but we've also given you extra money here, which we expect you to be delivering against the homelessness agenda. So therefore, it's not a direct correlation. In addition to that, of course, the Minister assured us that there are some one-offs about to be announced in addition to this figure that we've currently got, which will help us further in that arena. And you know that the council are also investing itself in the homelessness agenda. So you're entirely right. I suspect you might want to have further discussions with Councillor Penbervy and the officers later on to dive into the more detail. But yes, there is a net reduction in the homelessness grant in this area, but there are other increases in the other areas that are equally allocated to the homelessness agenda.
Councillor Freeman, Councillor Penrose, and then myself, and that's it. So, Councillor Freeman.
Thank you, Chair. I've tried to spread my questions out a little bit. So, on page 22, paragraph 814 and 815, talks about the new Crisis and Resilience Fund, which is, sorry, got to change my glasses, which is merging the existing grants for the discretionary housing payment, DHP, and the, what was the household support fund. So my concern at the moment, or what I'm seeking at the moment, is if you have an explanation for what sort of impact this is going to have on people, because if both funds are lumped into one, is it still kind of like going to be a free-for-all? Is the grant going to be ring-fenced? Do you know, from this amount for this and this amount for that? Or is that something I need to ask the Cabinet member for, please?
I think once again, this is one of those examples where we're actually getting more money, and therefore it kind of deals with some of the issues that Councillor Blight just raised. So if you take the overall pot, it actually sometimes it's actually increased. But I think it's a question for Councillor Penbervy and the team. They'll assist you in that.
Councillor Penrose.
Thank you. This is a very quick question, probably very obvious. But on page 62, the bottom table we've got about capital programme financing. Are the numbers at the bottom, the totals at the bottom, is it just a question we don't have the information about years, the last 3 years, 27 and so on? Or is there a greater cause for concern? You see how we don't have all the information. Page 62, the bottom table.
Table 20.
Yes. So you see these figures diminishing in which obviously is concerning. Is it concerning because we just don't have the information, or is there something underlying this that should be worrying us?
No, this is entirely normal. It's not until the picture becomes clearer do we include that information. So, you know, we know what we're doing for the next couple of years, exactly where the money's going to come from and be allocated. But in respect of, you know, our capital receipts, they will hopefully increase as the years go on, because we'll get into the detail of each and every single one of those. At the moment, there's an allocation against them that will hopefully increase as the years go forward. So this is entirely normal, and it's a case. I don't know if Helen or Ollie want to add any further to that.
Yeah, capital expenditure is one-off, and therefore it ends, and the capital program always tails off because of that. So we're investing in projects that typically last 2 years, 1 or 2 years, 3 years, and over a 5-year program, you will always see a tailing off of investment. It's just worth drawing your attention to on page 155 within the capital strategy. We also have a pipeline of that stuff that's not approved, but we anticipate a need to invest. That also tails off a bit, but it's sort of some reassurance that there will be further investment on top of what you see there in future years.
Thanks a lot. I guess I was looking for the pipeline, but it wasn't in that table.
I think just briefly, Councillor, if you do look at page 53, you will see how all the money is spent in respect of the capital programme. In Lake Council 11 to 30, 45% of all that money is grant funded, which is exceptional, absolutely amazing.
Thank you. Who's next? Councillor Rick.
Thank you. Well, we've got time, and I like the structure, so I wouldn't want to do a scrutiny session and finish short if we don't have to. Wouldn't do it justice, would it? So just a further question on page 27. Thank you to the councillor that talked about that reduction with the homelessness funding, but also a big issue there I can see is could you just talk to us about the reprofile energy from waste profit share income that's happened and how that's occurred? I'm not an expert in that area. Thank you.
Neither am I. It's 1.8 million pounds from memory, but I think it's closed down for 6 months, and then therefore when it's closed, we don't get income. But I'm sure Glenn will be
1.3.
Yeah, no, Councillor Lowry's right in the overview. So in previous financial plans, we had scheduled income from the energy from waste plant. There was a significant period of downtime this year, which has affected the income, and it will take a couple of years for that to recover. So we've just factored that into the budget, and it, in essence, removed that from the budget so that we're not predicating the budget on an income stream that we know is not going to deliver at least for the next 2 years. We will obviously keep that under review, and if things change, we will factor on an annual basis that in. But at the moment, and the way the contract is structured, we're not expecting to see a return on that as per the previous financial strategy.
Up on that, because it's an interesting subject. What's the sort of mechanics of them approaching us and saying we're having some downtime? Are you okay with the loss of income? How does that work in practice?
So there's, on behalf of the Devon Waste Partnership, Plymouth City Council act as the contract manager, and we have a contract officer that does that manages that relationship on a day-to-day basis. But we also have a joint committee with the other partners around Devon. That's a kind of public meeting, formal committee structure. So those issues are dealt with in that committee. The provider comes to that meeting, presents the business plan, presents the income projections, and gets scrutiny at that point.
Anybody else before I go to... That opened up everyone, didn't it? Councillor Rainsford, Councillor Holloway, Councillor Freeman, Councillor Murphy, and myself, and I think that will then pass the due by date. So let's go.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a question about the capital programme and infrastructure. I'm pleased to see West Hoe repairs are included, and that the wider foreshore is part of the pipeline, because clearly with the weather incidents we're having, we're likely to get further damage to certain parts of the foreshore. It would be interesting to know what measures are in place were we to have an incident. Is there room in the budget to manage anything that happens, basically, in an emergency?
I think we have been perhaps a little remiss in the past in fully understanding the difficult maintenance requirements of some of the foreshore. And we've seen some incidents where we've had some problems recently. So from, once again, memory, we made an allocation in the capital programme a few months ago for an additional £10 million over the coming years against ensuring those assets are properly maintained. And yeah, that's what we've done. If, of course, there is not an act of God, but if there is an issue, then obviously we also have an insurance provision, which if there were something significant that happened, then we can call on our insurance as well. But within this budget, there's an additional £10 million provided in the capital arena for maintaining our assets over the next few years. Hopefully that helps.
Yes, thank you, it does, because short-termism is not what you want with infrastructure.
Councillor Holloway.
Thank you, Chair. My question is perhaps more a political one than it is a financial one. You know, it won't have escaped people in this room, and indeed the sorts of people that might be following this online, that there are many reports across the country from councils who are making some quite extreme cuts in core areas around SEND provision, around culture, around things that perhaps residents weren't expecting, and those headlines predominantly arise from areas where there are new reform councils. So my question is to the leader of how does this budget set itself apart from those kind of stories? What are the political decisions, not just the officer-led ones, but what are the political decisions we're taking that reassure Plymothians that we're not in those same buckets as those councils having some quite scary headlines around cuts to public services in other parts of the country?
Well, I think the first thing to say is that what we've never done as our administration, as Labour administration, is to promise to cut council tax and then not do it. I mean, if you look at the 10 local authorities that are now, well, there's one just slipped away last night, I think, because somebody defected back from the Reform to Conservative, so that council has now become Conservative controlled. Stability. So, you know, we haven't promised to cut council tax and then not done that. But there were a number of people, I think, if everybody was expecting to see Dodge, was it called Dodge? Doge, sorry, I keep thinking Dodge.
Same thing though.
Dodgy, I keep thinking, which is going to ride into town and take all this waste away that apparently is in local government. And of course, they haven't found waste because we've had 15 years of austerity under the previous Tory government, many of which are now, of course, Reform MPs or members. So, you know, I think the most important thing, I mean, Councillor Ricketts asked earlier on to me about council tax collection rates. And of course, one of the cuts that has been made in Durham, in the northeast, where you've got some of the most deprived communities in the country, is that the Durham Council, which is now Reform controlled, has scrapped their council tax support scheme as one of their measures. Now, that's going to have an effect on council tax collection rates, of course, because they'll be asking people who can't afford to pay, and then they won't be able to pay, and then they'll be going to court, and they'll be having attachment of earnings, and they'll be having additional costs heaped upon them. And that is what Reform councils are up to across the country. I don't think we want that here, but that's what we'll get if you get Reform. They promise a lot and then they deliver not a lot. I said in the beginning that what we're focused on is delivering value, about economic growth, backing the stuff that Plymouth needs. We believe that we will grow ourselves into financial stability. We back in ourselves and our economy to be able to do that. And I think in that list of things that I read at the beginning, you'll see that, you know, we are focused on defence-led growth. The government has signalled that all this money that's being spent in Plymouth, they want to see some benefits to the local community with, and that's what Team Plymouth is all about. You'll have seen with our City of Culture bid that we're an administration that's proud of our city. Again, that we've been investing in the cultural piece for the best part of a decade. Things like the Box, the National Portfolio Organisations, the Theatre Royal, the TR2, examples of where when we say we'll do something, we deliver it. We've invested over a number of years. You'll have noticed the government published some data last week before last, about care of roads. You'll notice that Reform promised to be filling potholes, which is extraordinary given the fact that in the data that was published last week, you'll see that 5 of the Reform councils are the worst performers as far as filling potholes and cares of the highway is concerned. Again, another risk for people thinking of voting Reform in the forthcoming elections is that they may end up with a worsening situation in Plymouth highways and roads as a result of that change. Does that answer your question?
Thank you, Councillor Evans. Councillor Freeman, I don't know what this ding-dong's all about.
It's because Avon's calling, I keep telling you. Right, so this is my last question, actually, that I had put together, that I wanted to be able to ask Councillor Lowry and Councillor Evans, so kind of like a joint one. So for 26-27 financial year, we have got a really, really ambitious capital programme, which obviously will attract a lot of interest and perhaps concerns from people within Plymouth because of the level of debt. So can we get a bit more information about where the funding comes from to fund these projects and about like what the true costs are? Thank you.
That information is included in the documentation from page 151 onwards. We have published a draft capital strategy for 26-27, and I've been working with officers to set out this strategy very clearly, so we attempt to debunk some of the council's got £1 billion of debt. Panic, 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 everybody. Well, no, it doesn't actually have £1 billion of debt. It actually has, last time, I think it was £709 million of debt. And that forecast increase, much of it is in relation to the DFG stuff that we've discussed anyhow. And some of that will come off the balance sheet. And we've already discussed how a lot of that debt is really, really good debt, you know. A lot of us have bought properties and stuff like that, and you invest and you make money. That's an appropriate thing to do. In page 153, it sets out clearly our capital programme going forward and how that will be financed. And as you've heard me say previously, 45% of that, put that in a financial term, £145 million of that is going to be financed by other people putting money into the city. So that's great news. You've also got community development, you've got capital receipts, which we discussed earlier on. Yes, there is things like service borrowing and corporate borrowing. So service borrowing is a bit like, you know, the street scene need new bin lorries, which they do at the moment for collecting food waste, for instance. Well, we borrow the money to buy the new bins, of course, because it's tens of millions of pounds, and then they pay that back over that period of time, which is entirely normal business. And the same in respect of the corporate borrowing. So sometimes we're investing in the Box, for instance, you know, great asset that will attract people to Plymouth and give us lots of financial benefit and economic well-being. So that's all in there. It's quite complex, and I work with officers like Helen and Ollie, and we get into some really complex stuff when we talk about CFRs and so on and so forth, which makes it really, really important. But I just keep making the same point. a vast majority of this debt is good debt and it's doing good stuff, as David Raffin referred to earlier on. So I just want to give you an assurance. We don't just sort of, I had meetings on this regularly with the team. So we do our very, and actually just to give you some more comfort, the level of debt over the next few years will start to deteriorate because we've put measures in place. Because you know what, a lot of heavy lifting has been done. You've heard of that already. And you know, the programme going forward is solid. So we're heading in the right direction.
If I could just say, Chair, it's really important this. You know, I mean, for most of us on the council, as councillors, you know, we're kind of, with one or two noble exceptions, you know, we're sort of around the Plymouth sort of average wage. And then the average household income of Plymouth, what is it? Most people are dealing with, you know, maybe 75,000 tops, right? And then you come on the council, and councillors come on the council, and you're running a city council, but you're also involved in growing a city. And the sums of money we're dealing with are gargantuan. You know, I mean, we've got 2,500 employees. The city has got 275,000 residents. We've got 116,000 households. I mean, it's huge. So, of course, these sums of money are quite alarming to people. But one of the things you have to deal with is the fact that you have to get your head around it. And we do get our head around it. I mean, if you think about the annual income of the city, or what the city council spends itself every year, right? The gross budget is over £500 million. So when people talk about we're, you know, £750 million in debt, a lot of that's mortgages. We all understand what that is. And that's because we're building things and buying things. And we've talked about that and the contribution that those assets that we're buying and building actually make to the current account, if you like. I mean, we have brought in, I mean, I think David mentioned this earlier on, for every pound that we spend in economic development, we bring in 4, right? That's what we're talking about. So just remember that, okay?
It's good news.
And it's incredibly important. I mean, what these people who are complaining about this want, what do they want? Do they want the city to shrink? Do they want the houses to disappear? Do they want the factories to not get built? Do they want the jobs not to come? Is that what they're asking? Is that what they're offering? That's not a future. That's calamity. So what I'd invite everybody to say, next time you hear somebody talk about that, say, well, what would you have us do? What would you have us do? The other thing to say, and I've got to say this, and people forget this as well, these naysayers, is the people that we employ to look after the funding for us are incredible experts in their fields. And they have legal obligations when they sign things off that we make decisions upon. Their careers are on the line if they get that wrong. And they carry that personal risk to not just to their credibility, but to their livelihoods. And those are their families. Yeah. So, you know, if I could just say to the people put in 100 words on X or on Facebook or wherever they put it, right? Just think about that for 1 minute. And think about your own lives and your field of view, and think about how much risk. We manage risk in this authority. All councillors do, but we manage that risk well. And that's why we can propose a budget like today with confidence. Confidence that we've got the staff team behind us. Confidence that the finances of the city are sound. And confident that we have a cunning plan to deliver jobs and prosperity for this great city. And we want it to be greater in every sense of the word. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. We've got about 1 minute left, so I'm going to take the opportunity to sum up on my way of thinking. What I would say is you've provided us with some really good facts, figures, ambition, targets for the city, and I think the passion came across really, really well. And we look forward to seeing the city grow and expand through this budget. What I would also say is you've got some talented people around the scrutiny process. And I think we've got to, going forward in years, use these processes with the scrutiny to get the experience and to feed in. So I would hope, here's an offer from Chair of the Scrutiny, going forward with all these big ambitions of the city, we're here to be your critical friend to help you. And please take us up on that, because we can give extra to you. So thank you very much, gentlemen, and I call an end to session number 1. Okay, thank you members for being back on time. We now move on to session number 2, but before I do, I want to address the position that Councillor Ricketts raised earlier today. I've spoken to Councillor Ricketts and given him the answer. Councillor Ricketts is happy with that. However, group members decide to communicate with each other as scrutineers via a WhatsApp does save time, and there is nothing wrong in doing that. I understand that it's difficulties for when you're just individuals because you're not in a group. But I can assure members that there doesn't exist a WhatsApp group with Labour councillors and Labour cabinet members giving questions. So I want to make that absolutely clear, and that's the end of the issue. And if any member has a problem with the way I am running this scrutiny, then they can go through to the monitoring officer who will take the points up seriously. So I'm now going to move on, and session number 2 is for the Deputy Leader and Cabinet Member for Children, Social Care, Culture, Communications. We welcome Councillor Jemima Lang, Deputy Leader, Councillor Sally Creswell, Cabinet Member, and the officers that you're far too many to read out, who are going to help and assist with our questioning. So, as our challenge was sent to you, I'm going to give you each 5 minutes. So, Councillor Lang, we'll start with you, followed by Councillor Creswell. I will then open it up to questions from the panel. I am keeping on time today. That's the biggest challenge that I've got. And then we will, as a committee, make some recommendations, etc., if we have any, at the 29th. So, Councillor Lang, welcome. Good morning. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I just want to give a brief overview before Sally talks, and then we move on to questions. So I'm talking to you about what's going on in children's services and the budget around it. Our primary focus is always striving for better outcomes for our children and families, whilst addressing the growing budget pressures. First and foremost, we're facing significant cost pressures in placements for children in care. The increasing complexity of children's needs and a shortage of suitable placements coupled with high provider costs means that budget needs to grow. We require an additional 6.193 million to support the rising costs for children already in care and 3.286 million for new high cost placements. The challenge we face is a national shortage of foster carers. It's not just a Plymouth problem, and we're doing lots, which I'm sure you will ask me about later, around recruiting and retaining our foster carers, but this is a national shortage, particularly for adolescents and for children with more complex needs. So this means that we have to rely on expensive residential care, and quite often that can be quite far from Plymouth. In response, we've developed our really ambitious plans to implement system-wide social care reforms, properly prioritising early help and prevention, and supporting more children to remain safely with their families or those connected to them. One of our key initiatives is moving 14 children from high-cost residential care to family-based or semi-independent placements with a target of saving around 2.327 million. And additionally, we are investing almost 800,000 in an initiative called No Wrong Door. That is designed to prevent 24 young people from entering care through an integrated multidisciplinary service for teenagers aged 12 plus. This initiative is expected to save us around £2 million. Again, focusing on that early intervention and prevention, stopping that breakdown in the family that means that young person has to come into our care, and also reducing isolation for them. To address placement shortages, we've taken some very significant steps, which have taken us a while to get there, but we're actually really moving on this agenda now. We're opening our own children's homes again for the first time in decades, having our own council-run residential provision. 2 new homes will be operational by this summer. That's our aim, with specialist homes for children with complex needs planned, including a jointly funded project with the DFE, which is a new build, which is scheduled for 28-29. In addition to support foster carers in managing children, well, there's lots we're doing around that. But one of the things we're doing to support them to manage children with these complex and emotional and behavioural needs, we propose a £191,000 investment in a therapeutic support team to give those foster carers the support that they need to care for these children and young people, as I said, who are coming in to our service with much more complex needs. This initiative aims to aid the recruitment and retention of foster carers alongside our fostering campaigns and initiatives to actively identify potential carers to foster for Plymouth. And finally, we seek an additional 1.246 million to meet the growing demand for short breaks for children with special educational needs and disabilities. This funding will support staff, reduce waiting times and generate savings through enhanced oversight of new package approvals and transitions out of the service, and also to provide support for families so that they can have a rest and recharge, and then hopefully be able to keep their child at home with them, which is what they want. So I'm really confident that these strategic responses will help us achieve financial stability while continuing to improve the lives of children and families in Plymouth. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Creswell.
Thank you, Councillor Coker. So you've all received the challenges and the mitigations, so hence I'd simply like to put some of this into context. So in May 2023, I took up this cabinet position, and within just over 2 weeks, we had a joint Ofsted CQC inspection of SEND under what was then the new framework. And let's not underestimate that the outcome of the inspection was particularly poor. There was a desperate need to improve, and to improve at pace. And I'm not talking now for the sake of the reputation of the council, but that's important, but for the children that we are responsible for. Because for me, children are always at the centre, and as a council, we are actually responsible for all of the children in Plymouth, not just those who are in our local authority maintained schools, but for every child, be they in a MAT school, a maintained school, or even if they are electively home educated. So under some great leadership with some amazing officers and some brilliant partnerships with our schools, our school leaders, health, parents and carers, some external support in the Plymouth Local Area SEND partnership, and I'd say some very positive political leadership, which actually goes on just beyond myself, but a real buy-in and commitment from some key elected members, we have significantly changed the culture with a strong focus on early intervention and prevention, with things like the targeted funding model, which we had developed with a real commitment from our head teachers, enabling us to make good provision for 380 children in mainstream school. And this creative support is helping to ensure that these children are not being pushed through the system to apply for an EHCP, Educational Healthcare Plan, because we are trying to make sure that their needs are actually being met. Evaluation of this is helping to improve school attendance. It's improving parent-carer satisfaction. Children have a greater sense of belonging, and we're being praised by the Department for Education with our approach to children with additional needs. Working with schools and teachers, the Plymouth GATI has been developed. That's the graduated approach to inclusion. This is an online, widely used resource by teachers, schools and parents and carers so that settings are clear and have the resources to meet the needs of every child at the earliest point of need. We have more robust school-to-school transitions and are continuing to work on our portal of transitions for our children coming from preschool settings into our reception foundation years in primary school. In addition, our health colleagues are reducing waiting times for diagnosis and treatment and offering families better support while they are waiting well. We know there's still a great demand for SEND places. Some children with very complex physical and learning needs will always require a place in a special school. Through our SEND sufficiency data, we know that we require nearly 400 additional places in the city, and these would cover a range of needs. Our analysis of need means that we have revised our SEND sufficiency strategy, developing that at pace. We're working with our schools, looking at potential sites for further satellite provision. This includes exploring potential resource provision in schools where there is spare capacity and empty classrooms. Falling school roles offers opportunities to be creative, to think out of the box, to develop learning spaces for children who have high levels of need but remain within the local communities. Remaining within the community is not only just sound educational and social sense, it is also avoids expensive home-to-school transport, so it actually makes economic sense as well. One of our special schools does need replacing, and we have some high needs capital grant remaining, which is 12.94 million remaining, and we are allocating this towards the build of a new school. Needless to say, we are more than keen to see the SEND white paper. As a local authority, we feel that we have been developing provision, support and using resources which will be very much in line with the philosophy of early intervention and inclusion which will underpin the white paper. I believe our team of partners and our leaders have laid the ground so that we can meet expectations and deliver for all of our children and young people, and particularly deliver for our most vulnerable and our very youngest, because in doing so, we will actually meet the needs of all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you both. I am now going to open it. I've changed the way where I don't allow officers to come in and make a speech. But you will be included, I assure you, as we go through the morning session. So I'm now going to Councillor Blight.
Thank you very much. So you're painting a picture that's relatively positive given the difficulties that there may well be with some of the money. And I'm going to start my questioning focusing on the designated school grant. You won't be surprised by that because clearly it's a huge factor throughout our budget papers. And I want to particularly look at page 24, table 12, and ask a question regarding the high needs block. It's good news that the white paper's been delayed if it means that the high needs block is being recalculated. Can you explain why the high needs block currently doesn't serve Plymouth schools and Plymouth children because of a historical inaccuracy in the data, perhaps? And part two of my question is, are you in a position to say what we believe we should be receiving in the high needs block grant?
Right, good question. Not sure if I can answer it all. But I think it relates very much. Historically, one of the real challenges is that the present SEND system is based on what was the 2014 legislation. When there was a review of SEND, when we then had when we had an EHC, we had EHCPs. Previously, there was a statement, and there were various levels before children came to a statement. And over the last 10 years, what's happened is that nationally, the increase of EHCPs has increased by 140%. So obviously this is not sustainable. The 2014 legislation, which was introduced by previous government, had behind it some good stuff behind it. But the problem was it was introduced at a time of austerity, and also at a time when actually the understanding of state education was being driven by those who had not experts and those who didn't have like the expertise in state education. And so it was kind of, those combinations have been almost kind of like a recipe for disaster. So it's kind of like a bad outcome from what could have probably have been, if it had been supported correctly, you know, good legislation. So we need to understand something about the, I suppose what you're saying is about the white paper that's going to come out. We are, as local authority, a member of what's called the F40 group, and we have been pushing very much for further funding. We are at a particular disadvantage. When you look at the funding, you can see that some local authorities do very well. Particularly many of them are London authorities, who actually did very well and probably turned things around very effectively during the time of the what was the London Challenge. And so they probably have almost less level of need. But the funding calculation, and I don't know exactly what the calculation is, but the funding calculation that was made is one which is historical. And so therefore, when the high needs block was actually delivered each time, it's got kind of like worse and worse, because we've actually had an increased amount of need, but the high needs block's calculation doesn't take that into account. The government is now very actually aware of that, and it's trying to fix what is really a really wicked problem. I spoke with a representative from the DfE actually at a very successful meeting that we had on what would have been last week, because they were praising many of the things that we're doing in terms of our belonging strategy and our place-based work, all the very positive stuff we're doing. And he actually said to me that one of the reasons for the delay, I think I can say this in public, but one of the reasons of the delay is actually because the government's trying to sort out the funding. He didn't say exactly what the funding issue was, but it's about sorting out the funding. You can imagine the challenge there is of sorting out the funding if you've got some local authorities who have done very well and, you know, and continue to do well, and then others that haven't, and just suddenly just kind of trying to switch all that money around must be an incredible challenge. So basically, the national funding formula for the high needs block has been sort of frozen at the stop. It's that we haven't had an increase this year because they are trying to actually sort out a fairer funding model. And that is a very long explanation of the reason why we're in the situation that we are actually in. And we need to put, you know, I think government's aware of, well, is very aware of the situation. Those particular local authorities, I think, have been making representation to the government through all sorts of officers and such. But it's something that I think we need to be, you know, pushing down on, because it will be of benefit. Fairer funding model will be of benefit to places like Plymouth. Thank you. I think there was something else.
I did very cheekily ask you if we're in a position to say what we believe we should receive.
Now that is something I would probably have to turn to my officers here. I suppose I would like to say, you know, that perhaps if we'd always received the right amount, we wouldn't find that the high needs block of the TSG was actually overspent in the way that it is. But we've got people who are actually looking very much at this and could give you the financial expertise that I think we probably need here.
Okay, so we did try to do some figures of how much we thought we needed. However, there's so much uncertainty. We don't know the whole direction of travel that central government are going in. We haven't got the details of the white paper. And all of that would actually change how much we need. independent special placements cost a lot more than children in mainstream who are having additional support there. So the whole sort of landscape is changing. So it's really hard to calculate a figure. We do know that what we're getting at the moment is very low. It doesn't even cover the cost of a child in a mainstream special school, let alone an ISP, an independent special placement. So the key is getting this information from the reform, really.
Thank you very much. I do have other questions, Chair, but I'll allow my colleagues to come in at this point.
Councillor Ricketts.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Good to see you all. Yeah, I just wanted to get into the sort of nuts and bolts of on page 31. Those three items. Thank you, Councillor Lang, for putting the headlines out there. So on each one, how are we making that saving on no wrong door? What's the actual mechanics of it? It's just interested in that.
Lisa can come in and give you a bit more nuts and bolts, but the mechanics of it is to stop. It works as a kind of circuit breaker. That's the idea. A very short stay in this provision so that we can sort out what support that family needs for that young person to stay with their family. Lisa can go into more detail, but that's the basic premise of how the no wrong door model, which has been used at local authorities across country. That's how it works.
Thank you. Yeah, I know what it is. I just want to know how you've made that saving, particularly.
Yes, I think Councillor Lang has explained the kind of the process. So ultimately what we're trying to do is we understand for some children where they have difficult relationships at home and family breakdown occurs, what tends to happen is families will say that they're not able to manage and that they want the local authority to provide Section 20 accommodation, which means the child becomes looked after. What we're providing through a no wrong door model, as Councillor Lang has explained, is a circuit breaker. So it provides the family with an opportunity to have a break in that crisis point in time for us to be able to do some in-depth work with the young person and with the family and provide accommodation, which doesn't mean that they need to be accommodated by the local authority. So under the regulations, we can provide a short period of time as a circuit breaker, which provides the opportunity for us to be able to support the child outside of the family home whilst providing that intensive support. But at the moment, we don't have that availability. And so what tends to happen is that once you bring a child into our care, it does become more difficult to be able to do that reunification. Whereas if we're really clear with families from the outset that we are not providing accommodation, we're not bringing your child into care, but we will support for a period of time to be able to rebuild those relationships. So that's the kind of mechanics, if you like, in terms of the initiative.
To add one thing, and if those young people then do come into care and we don't use this model to prevent it, those are the placements that cost us the most money. And so there's a very real reason for doing it. A, so that the young person can remain where they should be with their family, and B, to stop them coming into our care and creating an extremely expensive need for residential placement that, like as not, probably wouldn't even be in Plymouth, and then removes that young person from their networks and their, the people that they know, possibly the school they go to, all the rest of it, which sets them on a very different trajectory.
Just on this table, I'll keep the theme of it. On the next one, nearly 2 million on therapists. Obviously, when the public see that on therapy, can you take me through how we've made that saving? It's a saving.
So again, where we're talking about children who have complex needs, we often have to find therapeutic placements for them. And again, that is often outside of Plymouth. They're high cost arrangements. And to be able to support our children adequately, what we're saying is that we would like to bring some of that in-house and support our own foster carers to be able to have the skills and the training and the availability to provide therapeutic placements for our children, which will be at a lesser cost. It means that they get better care and they're in Plymouth, close to the places and the spaces that they're familiar with, and means that we can improve the outcomes better for those children. Whereas sometimes when we have to place them in therapeutic placements, we have no control. They will stipulate certain lengths of assessments before they will do intervention. Then they charge us for the levels of intervention. And before we know it, those costs can very easily spiral for a number of children. And so the cost of those placements is excessive. And what we're saying is we can do it better and cheaper for our children.
Matthew, you want to come in?
Yeah, just to provide some figures really, which I think you're trying to get at how we get to these numbers. So the no wrong door, a growth element on the placements is what we know now, circa £6 million, and then trend analysis we've done, that comes to the tune of 3.2 million. That's placements that we don't know about now, but our history tells us we are likely to go up in residential, supported living. The no wrong door is designed to prevent that. So if we have the growth item in and then the no wrong door to take that away, that's where those savings will come from. Effectively, the growth we're putting in isn't required, and that offsets through the no wrong door. The second part around recruit own therapists and in-house therapy team, that's 4 residential children, 4 case studies that would have worked this financial year. We've modelled those costs going into our in-house therapeutic team, and then some IFA, independent fostering agency, 10 placements also transferring into in-house because this package is available by Plymouth.
Thank you. Look, Matt, I really appreciate that. That's what I was looking for. I know it's quite complex because there's these factors in there and it's all, you have to make a calculation, but it was kind of getting to that point. And the final one on this section is, as Councillor Lang knows, I am on the case, pretty passionate. The invest to save on residential homes. Again, if I could get a similar response on how you've come to that figure, because it's obviously linked in with fostering and all the rest of it.
So yeah, essentially it's the same rationale. It's moving existing children that are out of the city. They tend to be higher cost, so it is reliant on the right children going into these homes. You know, we need to move children that are far away and bringing them into the city, so those are how the savings are created. Existing placements moving into our homes, and that generates the cashable saving.
Because because it kind of links into the capital programme with this £2 million, which I have been critical of, with economies of scale. I just think, and obviously with our fostering arm, I'm very worried. I do believe we're in crisis with our fostering recruitment, because if we cannot seem to find one family in the whole of Plymouth to take on some foster children. It's extremely worrying. If we manage to find some foster parents, maybe like on one hand, we're going to be saving ourselves millions and millions of pounds. And how are we holding the department to account on doing this? Because there must be areas there must be places in the country where they're more successful than us. And there must be something. I know it's difficult and it's challenging nationwide, but there must be areas to point to where they're doing well. Yeah, if we can get an answer to that would be great.
Right, I'm going
to... yeah, I think what you're saying isn't anything that we don't already know. And actually, in terms of our fostering, we're not in crisis. We're actually doing a lot better than a lot of other local authorities. And that's largely because we've really changed how we work with our foster carers. We've got our 3rd annual fostering summit tomorrow. We listen to them, they tell us what they need, to help recruit foster carers, but also to keep our foster carers who are currently fostering, to retain them. We have a really excellent package that we offer our foster carers, which is, I think, one of the best in the country. And we have the Mockingbird model. We opened our 4th constellation last week. And those are really working in the way that they should. And one of the really key things about that is it's preventing placement breakdown, which then leads to all this costly stuff that we've talked about. And I understand your frustration, but I don't think there's a pocket of people that we are not reaching or we're not trying to reach, that there's some people out there who suddenly will be alive to fostering. We have a very intensive online campaign, recruitment campaign. I talk about it everywhere I go. We've talked to different groups all across the city. We have churches together who are talking to their congregations. You know, if there's somewhere you think that we haven't looked or shared information about fostering, then please, by all means, tell me. It's not that we're sitting on our hands and being idle. We are trying everything we can think of, because for most of our children, a foster placement is the best place for them to be. And if they can't be in a foster placement, then we want them to be in a residential placement that feels like a home. It's not the Tracy Beaker style children's home that people think about. It's a family home where 2 or 3 young people live with the team that support them. And that's surely, as corporate parents, what we want for our children. And when it's right for them to be in Plymouth, we want them to be in Plymouth. So this work stream is really focusing on creating our own provision. And there is a saving. As well as it being better for the young people, there is a saving to the council's budget for doing that.
Just to wrap it, because I know we have got time. I honestly just want to finish this off on that point. It is a huge issue for the city. I know what you're saying, but I mean, I'm sure you have to be critical within your own department on the recruitment. But if we're trying to get out there to people, I mean, people take in, there's host families for people that are coming from different countries and all the rest of it. So if we can try and replicate that, if you're speaking to someone and trying to sell this concept, what is the package for a foster pet family? If you could just quickly tell me what the pitch is, why we should do it. Let's get out there. What is that, Jemima?
We do get it out there, Councillor Ricketts. We absolutely do. You don't have to pay council tax. You get passes for the Life Centre. You get free passes for Dartmoor Zoo. There's a whole host of benefits. That the therapeutic support is going to be a really important element of that. That's something foster carers tell us that they need and they want. And also that the Mockingbird model is what they want. So as I say, we've got 4 of those now. We plan to have 4 more. And that will probably, I don't know, that would be about 80 fostering families who will be in those constellations once they're all open. So that's our pitch. And I think, I mean, I get the adverts coming up on my Facebook, so I'm obviously in the demographic that we're targeting around foster caring. I get them, you know, once or twice a week. I think we've got really professional people doing the marketing and the PR around this. As I say, if you think there's a group of people or an area that we're not getting to, I'd be really interested to hear, because then we will work up a bespoke marketing package for that group. We have a really, really good offer, and and I know that word of mouth is a big thing in the fostering community, and our reputation as a council to be a local authority foster carer as opposed to independent fostering agency carer has really grown in the past few years. And we get independent fostering agency carers coming to Plymouth. They care for our children and they see the support that we offer, and they make that decision to come and join us. So I think Lisa might want to add something too.
Councillor Craswell, you indicated you wanted to speak.
I was just going to say that we advocate everywhere, and it's not just it's not just Jemima and social care team. It's massive advocation. And for example, next month I will be at the head teachers conference, and at every head teachers conference we are advocating for more more foster carers, and that's been very successfully taken back to schools, because obviously those are the places which have those kinds of contacts. So very often they have like the foster team will have a little stall and such. So it's going out in every direction possible, very successfully. And as Jemima's just said, word of mouth is really important. And I'd urge all of you as corporate parents that it's actually your job to be out there advocating as well, wherever you have the possibility, and with whatever contacts you have as far as work and employment and all of those things as well. So thanks very much, and get on and advocate.
Thank you. Councillor Rainsford.
Thank you, Chair. We've just been hearing, obviously, about the pressures of private provision across the department in relation to looking after our children and our families. So it was reassuring to see there was an additional 600,000 going into short breaks, because short breaks are massively important both to the family as well as the child. But it's expensive. Can you tell us whether or not you're looking at alternatives in that area as well, in order to bring down some of the costs and therefore make more short breaks available?
Yes, so short breaks are really important, but they're funded now through the central spine of the budget, and they are really key, because they are also a statutory requirement, and they're opportunities for very often disabled children who might have complex needs. We're talking about some children with very, very complex needs here, to spend time away from their primary carers, from parents and family. And sometimes those are evening breaks, sometimes they're weekend. They might be holiday or overnight activities in kind of community and residential home settings. And it helps children. It does help children as well to build sort of independence and social and personal skills, and helps to get away from some of the isolation or whatever. As I said, they're a statutory duty, and local authorities must provide a range of short breaks under the Breaks for Carers of Disabled Children. And we have to publish, in fact, a short break statement as required by the Children and Families Act. Now, in the same way as you were just talking about, Jemima, the short breaks are really important, because they are a way of, some of these children have very, very complex needs, looking after children who, where you are talking 24/7, really complex needs. And by providing those short breaks, it means that you are helping to prevent those children then coming into the care system, that because not all parents have the support that they might have around them in terms of family and friends to be able to support, even perhaps to just be able to have a time out of the house to go and do your shopping or something. So they are really, really important, and they're important in order to push down and stop children who are very, and it's hard for me to explain and get across, but some children who have such complex needs. And if they do come into the care system, those children will be very, very expensive to, in fact, support. So, given that we have limited resources and all of those things, we're also looking at exploring some other sorts of opportunities and such. And we're trying to sort of review our plans and our costs and individual children, and trying to work them out all the time, how much each child costs. And, it really is going through line by line, child by child. And one of the things that has sort of like come up, and we've started to explore and think around, we already have some of this happening, is looking at short breaks, which could be like an evening or a day or whatever, looking at Poole Farm. Pool Farm is an excellent resource. We've just had another building built there, which is an outdoor classroom. It's an opportunity for, we're looking at seeing if we can provide creative, which might be less expensive short breaks, perhaps not suitable necessarily for children who have some of the most complex physical needs, but there's ways around that as well. And we're trying to be as creative and think out of the box as possible. And actually, we've done quite a lot of work with the team down at Pool Farm. We're looking at doing something which would be, I think it's fair to say, we want to be creative and co-production work with our families to see if we can come up with some really creative ideas. And Councillor Tom Brasdell is very much on board with this as well.
Councillor Freeman.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to just briefly touch on the school transport policy. On page 11, it states that you are undertaking a review of the home to school transport policy with a particular critical focus on post-16 provision to bring it in line with many other authorities. What is the timeline for the completion of that review, please?
Might need some technical stuff for the answer for the timeline, but just to say that homeschool transport, which you can see is a real challenge. I see Councillor Coker looking at me and smiling because he's been actually very, very supportive in some of the work that we did on working with our children and independent travel training. But it is a real pressure on the budget, and it's real pressure on the budget as well because of children being particularly in independent provision, which might well be out of the city. And so therefore that's where you have like a real expense. And so we really do need to evaluate outcomes, and also need to evaluate outcomes in terms of supporting our children who are actually have done the independent travel training. I think we've got about 83 so far, and evaluating, you know, how many of them then are really successfully doing that independent travel training, because that's really important for when they go into adulthood as well. It's not just, and in some ways you have to look at, and I'll get someone to talk about the timeline, but actually there's a longer timeline on this as well. There's the short-term timeline, and I think in my mitigations we've talked about the looking at evaluations which would be more short-term, but the longer-term things are about having more children successfully in mainstream school and successfully supported in mainstream school. Because if they're supported and in mainstream school where they can possibly be, and there's some children with very complex needs who can't be, but if they're in their local school, in their local community, it makes very good social sense, educational sense, and it also makes very good economic sense. And that is where we think the thrust of the white paper is going to be, that more children will be supported and included within mainstream school. So the short term, I'll ask Amanda to have a look at.
So the policy review has already commenced. We're already underway with that, and depending on the degree of change we want to implement, we would may require public consultation, which you would expect, but we would hope to implement from the new academic year, so from September. Hope that makes sense.
I'm going to use the chair's position to interject. As you know, I've been really concerned about homeschool transport. As long as I've been here, it's been an issue in every authority, not just Plymouth. So one is, have the budget we've got this year going to be sufficient to provide the need that we have currently? And two, have any authorities mastered this problem? Because locally we don't, not just you, but locally we don't seem to have mastered it.
On the subject of local authorities having mastered it, haven't come across local authorities particularly mastered it, but one of the great advantages of being in that LGA family that we're in is being able to, and being within our local regional group of cabinet members for schools and education and such, is that we do talk regularly about this. It is the same challenges that we all have, but we have we are very keen to share, best practice as much as possible. And I mean, that's one of the reasons why we actually brought in the travel training and did that investment in travel training. Has saved not a massive amount of money, but certainly has saved some money, and also has that, as I said, it has a real social impact as well. If you think about in terms of travelling and being independent, and also long term, because we actually, one of our big issues is also making sure that children are able to transition into, from children into adulthood successfully. I'll let you put in a bit more information there, Amanda.
Thank you. You're absolutely right. It's a pernicious issue nationally. Those local authorities who've probably done better are those who've done better about having mainstream inclusion. So we are absolutely on that journey, because that is what, as Councillor Cresswell says, that's what stops children travelling out of the city, and that's what makes a real difference. So you can see some who've had an impact on their home to school transport with that really big inclusion agenda, resource provision attached to mainstream school, satellite provision, and so on, which is absolutely our strategy. But by and large, it remains a national problem, as does the growth in the HCPs and the growth in needs across the country. So the two correlate and move up. In terms of, is there enough for current need? The needs grow by about 40 EHCPs per month at the moment. So our job of work, we think our strategy, Ofsted CQC believe our SEND strategy is absolutely the right approach. It's everything we've talked about: earlier intervention, earlier support, inclusion in mainstream. If we can really continue the pace of improvement, we'll get there, and we will bring those costs down. But all of those factors need to come into place in order to reduce children going out of the city, travelling to a costly independent travel schools.
Thank you. Councillor Freeman.
Would you indulge me with a second question, and then I'm done, please? Thank you. So, Councillor Creswell, I've heard you speak in full council before about the dedicated school grants. Plymouth is obviously going to be overspent at the end of this financial year, along with many, many other local authorities. And I'm aware that some other local authorities have much higher spends, overspends rather. Because it seems that much of the overspend is related to SEND's needs. I know you spoke about this a little bit earlier. I've replied to Councillor Blight, but what else can we do? Is there any more we can do, and what can be done with the government?
You are the scrutiny committee, and I think that I know that what we are doing, we I don't have a crystal ball, but I think we've pretty much got a steer as to what we are doing. We are in that philosophical ethos base of where the government wants to go with SEND. I think we are singing from the same hymn sheet. I'd love to see that white paper, but I think everything we can do in terms of, we've got very good relationships at the moment we've got particularly good relationships, I think, with Region. We've got good relationships, in fact, with the DFE, who, in fact, were last week praising us considerably. We are definitely moving in the right direction. I think we've got through the DFE, we've certainly got their ear, because we're fulfilling what we have to fulfill, and we are doing our absolute best on trying to pull. It's all very complicated, but pulling everything in, being sort of like, we want our children to belong, we want them to belong to their mainstream schools. We're doing all the right good stuff, and it's a very complex, as Louise has just said. Sorting out this budget is very, very complex because there are so many things that go into it. But I don't think it would hurt for us to be, and saying it in perhaps a positive way, that we are doing all the right things. We are, and we're doing the right things, not just because we're a council doing the right things, it's because we're doing the right things which are right for our children. And I'm a real advocate that I am responsible for all of these children in the city. We're doing the right things for our children, and perhaps we could advocate more directly, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, more directly to government and ministers, so they know we're doing the good stuff. They know that we're behind where they're going to be. But we need to have those resources in order to be able to deliver effectively and long term, because this is like turning away from reliance on special schools for so many children. Turning away from that, we're trying to turn a big tanker around. If we turn away from that eventually, it won't happen overnight. So we need like short-term, we need that, the government needs that short-term investment, and then long-term there will be genuine saving, because it will be, as Councillor Coker has rightly pointed out, in terms of homeschool transport, in terms of children being maintained and supported locally in their schools. And we know as well that if there's early intervention, and particularly early intervention at the youngest point, early intervention, being in mainstream school as well, where that is possible, has the best outcomes. And that is investment in terms of the economy and the population as well. So,
Councillor Penrose.
Thank you. Well, in some ways, this is a continuation, and we really are encouraged by the way both of your presentations came across, with a real strategy, trying, as you keep saying, to change this tank around. I just wanted to come back to what you both mentioned specifically about council-run children's homes, and I think you said that at least 2 are up and coming. There's 2 in the pipeline, or 1 may even have started, and you've got more that you hope to build or buy. Could you be more precise about that, in terms of, is that actually going to be the main policy in the future? I remember, last year you were responsible for that motion on notice, bringing attention to the terrible profiteering that goes on in children's homes. So, I mean, is this a major policy that we're going to be pursuing, and bring as many children as we can into our own council-run homes?
In short, yes. I mean, we're never going to be able to provide all the provision. We're always going to have to rely on private providers. And to the profiteering point, I think, yes, we did do a motion about it. The Competition and Market Authority describes the children's social care residential market as broken. And I'm surprised it's not more of a scandal and not more widely known that some of the richest individuals, not just in this country but in the world, are profiteering from some of the most vulnerable children and young people in our society. And so there's a dual reason for doing what we're doing. One of the reasons is definitely around money, and definitely around having more provision in our city so we can bring these young people back to Plymouth for all the reasons we've outlined. But again, there are always good reasons sometimes for young people not to be in Plymouth. It's not safe for them, and they need to be outside the city. But if that isn't the reason, then we really want to have enough provision to have our young people where they need to be, where their networks are, and etc. So I'm not going to repeat that. I said that earlier, but that is kind of obvious. And the second part is there's something around our control of those provisions. We have much more control around when a young person goes into it, when a young person might be moved. And I think there is a moral argument around not paying these extortionate, sometimes absolutely extortionate costs. I mean, Lisa and I had a conversation a couple of weeks ago where Lisa was given a sum to be paid, and she pushed back to the provider and said, no, we are not doing that. That's not reasonable. And there's very much more a drive to have those, to have that pushback. But what you need to rely on in those scenarios is for your our regional equivalents in different local authorities to do the same, and actually have a shared message to say to these providers, this isn't on. And I think, we've talked about our strategy, which is, I think, again, we're in a very different place from when I first had this portfolio a few years ago, and even when I got this portfolio again 2.5 years ago. We've got a real strategy around it, but actually there is only so much that we can do as a local authority, as individual local authorities. I've written to the Children's Commissioner. I've requested a meeting with Josh McAllister, the Children's Minister, to talk about Plymouth and the money that we are having to pay, and to talk about what government intervention there could be around this, because we certainly are getting our house, pardon the pun, in order. But I think then, now we have this very robust strategy about what we're doing as a local authority, I think then we can say to government, actually, what are you going to do? What's your intervention going to look like? Yeah.
I think I would just highlight some of the costs that we are facing, as Councillor Lang's alluded to. The average weekly cost of new residential placements is in the region of £9,500 a week. We have 523 children in care. And so we do need to think about how we manage our sufficiency and how we provide better care for our children at a better price. So it's great that we've already been able to move forward with one residential home. We've got a second one that we're looking to complete on. And we were really fortunate. We put a strong bid into the DFE for a match-funded, new build, purpose-built residential for children with the most complex need. So thinking about those children that sometimes can cost up to £25,000 a week, we have now secured match funding with the DFE to build a purpose-built third home to be able to support some of our children who are most complex needs and are costing, as I say, up to £25,000. So the benefits there for children and for the cost is significant.
Thank you. Councillor Poyser.
Thank you, Chair. It's actually really exciting to hear some of those projects that sounds like they're going to be coming forward and going to deliver some really positive results for young people. I just, while we're talking about the money and the finances, it's sometimes we perhaps overlook all the hard work that goes behind the scenes. Actually, this is a caring profession. There's people working day in, day out, going above and beyond to deliver. And we're talking about budgets and having to make cuts and savings and shifting money around. And it's I just wanted to draw attention back to that. But I also wanted to pick up on some of the investor save projects here, which look also very, very ambitious. And when we approach these projects, there's always lots of moving parts, isn't there? So this is quite an unpredictable sector to work within, and I don't envy you in some of the work you do in this area. So sometimes there's because of that unpredictability, it's hard to model finances with this. So and I want to see these projects be successful, and I suppose where I'm going with this is behind the kind of modelling assumptions that you put in here. Perhaps a question for the finance of it. What kind of sensitivities have you used in there? Are we looking at, and how have you presented these? Are these at the upper end, the middle, the lower end? How cautious and conservative have we been within this? Is there any headroom in there? Because I think, you know, I want to know how realistic it is, because I want this to be successful.
I know Lucy wants to come in. I just want to say something that I probably should have said in the last answer. From my point of view, in terms of getting our residential provision up and running, it has taken us a long time to get our first property, and every cabinet member I've spoken to around the country who's done this in their local authority said getting the first one up and running is really the really tricky part. And once you've got one and you know the barriers that you might come up against, and the pitfalls and all the rest of it, it makes it much easier then to carry on the programme. So I think that's quite important to say. It's taken us a while to get to this first one, but all that learning that we've done to get to this point is really going to inform what we do next. There's you know an issue, maybe not for budget scrutiny, but certainly around Ofsted registration and how quickly that happens. And again, I'm trying to ask ministers to do something around the registration process to speed it up a bit, because there's certain rules around, you know, you can't submit your registration until the house is fit to go and all that, you know, and if you're renovating a house, if you were able to put your application in while that work was happening, you'd take up quite a lot of the time between the house being ready for a young person to be in and having the appropriate registration. So I just wanted to add that in before Lisa answers your question properly.
Well, Matt's going to answer the question in terms of the finance, but the other thing I just wanted to reassure you about is that a lot of these invest to save projects are things that have been done before by other local authorities, and both myself and Amanda have worked in other local authorities where we've had success of these projects, and we've also been able to see what savings have been delivered for other local authorities. But Matt will be able to give you a bit more detail about our profiling as well.
So starting with the no wrong door. What we've done is analyse 18 months worth of admissions into care for those children that would be of the right age, so 14, 15, 16 upwards, okay. Then we've taken true costs. So in terms of headroom, costs are going up, so you could argue we have gone lower and savings could be more. But we want to keep it real, and you know, if you wanted to scrutinise the figures, we could present you with all the children, how we've come to them. So we've taken an average of the recent admissions over the last 18 months. The recruit the own therapist and in-house therapy team. So this, you may be aware, I'm sure you are, we've had 2 LGA colleagues come in recently and review our workings. This was one line that was picked up. Her view was that we were being risk averse in what we were putting forward. However, you know, we have recognised that we've fallen foul in the past of being too optimistic. This is being realistic. So what we've done, of the 4 children where they could have used this facility, we've used the lower rates for those children. And you could argue, therefore, you know, we've understated what savings are available. But it's being realistic. I would argue there's headroom in no wrong door and the therapeutic team, but we don't want to sign up to too much and fail. The residential homes, I'd say, is the challenging one because we've got to get the right children in. Okay, you know, if it's successful and one home becomes 2 homes, becomes 3 homes, becomes 4 homes, they become permanent budget savings in future years. But that's all about getting the right children in. We can't have children that we're going to go into fostering into these homes. They've got to be the residential bound children.
Just one last comment, if that's okay. The bit that you mentioned about that variability, so when we talk about profiling for the children's residential homes, the other thing that we have to consider is the right matching for those children. So we can't just put any 4 children into our children's residential homes. There's all of those factors to consider. So the modelling has had to have all of those things in mind.
Thank you. Councillor Holloway. Sorry, Ian. Go on then.
Thank you, Chair. Just one other thing. There is probably more we could drill into there, but I think the position you're taking in being slightly conservative is probably realistic, as I think because of historically the savings that have been released before have not been realistic, and I think it kind of gives this panel more confidence that you've taken that position. I'd like to think one thing around on page 46, which is around the cabinet saving proposals for the Children's Directorate. There's quite a large saving in there for target health contributions within placement costs, 1.8 million. Yeah, I'm going to be honest, I don't know what that is. Would it be possible for someone to explain what that is and what the impact of those savings might be?
Yeah, Chair, can I take that?
Yes.
And with help from Lisa. So this is about, we've been having some good conversations with the ICB. It's about their contributions to the cost of caring for some of our young people. And Lisa's done a very good and very intense bit of work looking at actually what more we think the ICB ought to be paying. And that is forming the basis of, quite positive conversations with the ICB. I think they realise that we're not going to go away on this, but we have to have the facts, we have to have the evidence, and that is the work that Lisa is doing. So I don't know if Lisa wants to add anything, but it's really important because I think, to put it bluntly, there are a number of cases where the ICB are not paying what they ought to be paying. And so then that cost consequently is falling on children's social care, and that's not right.
It's a really complex position. So of course the local authority under the Children Act has certain regulations and we must accommodate children where it's required. But sometimes those children are in our care because of the level of complexity of their need, and there is a lot of health element to that package of care. So it might be providing children with overnight breathing apparatus, and they require staff support, medical support, to be able to review and make sure that during the night that they're safe and they can be well cared for. So we have to make sure that the elements of that care package, along with the accommodation, is equally proportioned to what the local authority should be paying, but we should be absolutely making sure that the ICB are funding where there is medical needs, that we get the right elements of care. There's lots of complexities around that because there is a continuing healthcare framework that sets that out. But currently the ICB uses a tool which limits us to 20%. So regardless of whatever the circumstances are for that child's medical needs and care, we are capped at 20% funding. What we've been working with the ICB is to say that actually there are times where children should be receiving more financial support from the ICB because of the level of complexity of their needs. And so we are starting to make some of that shift. Some of our children are now starting to receive 50% funding, and we're trying to move away from that 20% cap. But there is absolutely still more that we need to do, and we are continuing to having those really robust conversations with the ICB so that we get a fair representation towards the costs of the care for those children.
Maybe just a quick supplement, if possible. So that sounds to me like that in terms of resource, you're having to challenge, and that means that's going to fall on staff. And so is that, do we have staff available and resources available to pursue this funding, these cost savings? So that sounds like. If I was a contractor, I'd be challenging the contract and saying you should be doing this and we should be doing this. So we want more of what you're offering. So that's kind of like a human resource piece. Do we think we've got the resources to do that within children's services to deliver those savings?
I think that's in my job description. So it's just part of the work that we have to make sure that we're adequately addressing financial challenges and placement costs and all of those sorts of things. So there isn't additional resource. It is something that we're supporting with.
And I would add, yes, Lisa's done some incredible intensive work on this. And if we get it right now, if we really have, we are really in a really honest conversation with the ICB about this, this helps us for future budget forecasting in terms of what we can expect from the ICB contribution. This 20% sort of mandatory cut-off isn't right for some of our young people, and I think the ICB understand that this is a conversation that isn't going to go away, and it's been a really important and big bit of work. And as you can see, the amount of money that's badged against it is significant, and that how that then translates going forward is hopefully going to be a really positive story for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holloway.
Thank you, Chair. I have two questions that I'll ask now, but I do have others if we have time at the end. But I'll start with two, if that's all right. So starting on some of the discussions that have been had around children's social care. Well, firstly, I want to applaud both cabinet members here for the real kind of humility, diligence, care. That care really shines through, but also just the sheer level of detail you have at your fingertips. I think we are incredibly lucky, and I'm not just smoke blowing because people who know me don't know I don't do that easy, but we are easily. But we're incredibly lucky, and I think the fact that we're doing some of this pilot work, which is ahead of the pack, is a testament not just to superb officers like Lisa and Amanda, who we're very lucky to have, but also that political leadership as well. So I want to just hone in on partly responding to Councillor Ricketts's earlier point around, you know, some of this work we're doing to bring council to bring provision of care in-house again, to stop some of these you know, exorbitant fees, and I think you're right, Councillor Lang. There is a huge degree of kind of naked profiteering. This is a broken market. It's been deemed in national reports to be a broken market, where the local authority is exploited by private providers because of that, you know, the tragic rise in demand there are on those places. You mentioned Josh McAllister, the Children's Minister, who obviously prior to being in government published the McAllister Review, which we had debated in motions in the Council House and such. And indeed, I think we've done a great deal of work just in the short time that I've been a councillor to think of where we were in 22 to where we are now. Huge distance travelled in the different initiatives we've put in place. Just thinking about that review and the broader trajectory and what we do and what our voice can be as a city and how we highlight this trailblazing work that we're doing, and importantly, how we address these budget pressures. Do you think there is a strong national case for a windfall tax on this profiteering of children's home provisions, where a percentage of the profits made by these providers would then go back into local authorities to be able to provide even more of the kinds of compassionate services that you've been outlining today?
Yes, I absolutely do. And actually that was a recommendation by Josh McAllister before he became an MP and then a minister in his independent review of children's social care. I think his idea was around 20% on the profit made by the top 15 private providers, both of, we haven't talked much about private adoption agencies, but private providers of residential and private fostering, I didn't mean adoption, sorry, I meant fostering agencies. And, you know, that if that was to happen, that could raise hundreds of millions of pounds, which could go back into this sector. And I think that if, again, it's what I was talking about, what government intervention could there be? We can do all these things that we're doing, but we know demand is rising. And if we can use that money to, you know, even turbo boost even more early intervention and prevention, you know, to stop children coming into care at all, because we're always having to, you know, pay so much at this end of the system. And the Families First Partnership is really working in a really meaningful way, actually. And we've talked about early intervention and prevention ever since I've been a councillor. But I feel like the Families First Partnership is really a meaningful way that we are going to really support early intervention and prevention. But however that money ends up being used, it will save local authorities across the country from having this endless conversation that we are all having about how are we going to pay for these placements. And as you talked, you know, we are at the mercy, you know, that's not too dramatic thing to say. You know, we do push back on, you know, these absolutely outrageous costs that are suggested to us. But by and large, you know, if you've got a crisis and a child needs to be in care for their safety, you're kind of limited in how you can push back on providers who will give you what you need. So I think a windfall tax, and how we communicate that to government, I don't know, that might be a recommendation. It's not for me to say what your recommendation should be, but I think that mechanism will be one way of actually, if you put it quite basically, give us some of our money back, you know, profiteering out of the complexity that some of these young people experience and the trauma that they've experienced, that bringing them into our care in the first place is morally repugnant, I think. And this would be, I think, a really good mechanism to try and address that and get local authorities some more money to really invest in early intervention and prevention and bringing residential in-house as much as possible.
Thank you, Chair. If we can then put a pin in that to include that in our recommendations for later, and can I also recommend that, because I sort of mentioned that distance travel just in the last 3-4 years, and not all of us on this committee will be on the ins and outs on the children's and families scrutiny committee. So if there is a sort of, for those that want to know more, I certainly get the Facebook ads all the time about, and they're really, really good. So I can see what we talk about in here is having that impact out there. But maybe if there's some, 1-2 pager that officers easily have on hand to just help this committee who want to know more about what work's been done on the sort of promotional fixing the pipeline, that would be good. Just a very quick supplementary. We repeatedly mentioned the importance of early intervention. The group pause do work and activities, have done work and activities from Sunflower Centre in Drake Ward, where I represent, but I notice on page 46 there's a reduction in the contract by 200k. Now, PAWS have traditionally done really important work, where they will work with particular mothers who may have complex situations, particularly in that sort of postnatal period, to stay in close contact, support them with that child in really difficult periods. And I just wanted to sort of ask a question about those kinds of groups who what I'm trying to say, who do the softer but really important work to help, in particular, mothers with their children when they are very young, to stay together.
I mean, Lisa can come in, but it's not that the pause work isn't going to happen. It's going to happen in a different way. And we will be providing that support to those women that need it. And we know a lot of those women tend to be young women who've been in care themselves. And it's really about breaking the cycle of care for those families. So it's not that work's not going to happen. It's going to happen in a different framework. So I don't know if Lisa has anything you want to add on that. It's really important, that work, and we really value it.
Yeah, I echo what Councillor Lang said. We had been working with a provider who was seeking some lottery funding and unfortunately weren't successful. So we have had to consider how we can deliver the model differently and bring that in-house, essentially. So we're just changing how we're delivering the programme.
Thank you. Really great to, I knew you would, but to recognise that importance. I just want to do a follow-up question on the DSG costs, and particularly probing on the deficit financing costs. So sort of switching to the kind of, I guess, Sally's remit. So table 13 on page 25 in the scrutiny packs kind of details the deficit financing costs, and our understanding from sort of previous discussions with Councillor Lowry is often the rates of interest on financing are sort of dictated by wider financial markets. Isn't there a case that actually for that type of debt that we shouldn't be subject to commercial debt financing rates, but wouldn't it be better value for the taxpayer if there was some sort of mechanism for government to support that kind of deficit financing?
I'll get the technical stuff in a moment, but one of the questions I actually asked, and some local authorities actually asked, is whether the cost of financing the DSG could be, I looked this up, could be actually then charged to the DSG. And apparently that is not the case. That cannot happen. And I wasn't the only person who looked this up. And quite a lot of authorities have questioned whether that's a possibility. But that's not possible. And of course, it would mean that you would continue to be adding additional money each year to the DSG on top of what we already have. And I think the estimated end of year DSG balance overall is going to be over 52 million. So, but I'll pass off to my finance experts here.
Yeah, so that's right. We've actually asked ourselves if we can charge it to the DSG, and the answer is definitely no. All local authorities, or a lot of local authorities, are speaking to central government about this because it is a huge issue. We're expecting something to come out in central government settlement in February about what they're planning to do, not just about the historical DSG deficits, but also about the borrowing costs to local authorities. So at the moment, the budget papers are as is because we've got no more information, but we're eagerly awaiting what central government are going to do about that.
Am I right? Is that the 19th of February we're expecting that to come out?
Yes.
Yes, right, 19th of February.
It's the 9th of February.
Thank you.
Yeah.
9th of February. Oh, even better. Final settlement of the DSG, isn't it?
Yeah. Thank you. Maybe we could take as a recommendation of sorts then to have, again, for our committee's consideration, subject to what the settlement is on 9th of February, whether there is a stronger advocacy intervention required both by the council and maybe by members of the 3 members of parliament to look at better mechanisms so that we aren't debt financing in such a detrimental way to the taxpayer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. Mine's going to be probably to Councillor Lang. We support and we promote fostering quite a bit. What do we do to support special guardians? Because obviously they do a great job, same as what foster carers do, and the financial benefit isn't actually the same. So do we offer the same benefits that we would offer to a foster care, for example, the exemption of council tax? Do we offer that to special guardians? I don't know, I'm just asking the question.
So special guardianship and kinship connected carers is a real focus of the Wellbeing in Schools Bill, and also it was a big focus in Josh McAllister's report around stable homes built on love. So we are really looking at our special guardianship offer as a council. We've facilitated the maintenance allowances for kinship carers to continue post-order, and we've removed means testing from that. And we've also significantly enhanced our offer and support for special guardianship and kinship carers. And our efforts have been recognised nationally by the kinship organisation as good practice, particularly the support plan that we've developed for our kinship local offer. Lisa might want to say more about what we're doing in that area, but again, it is one of the ways of, and a few years ago we didn't have such a focus on it as a council in terms of it was, you know, if a child needed to come into care we would look for foster carers, but now we're much better at considering the family or other support networks that are around that child in terms of whether they could offer them a place. And I can think of cases that have come to me through casework of people who've offered themselves forward and said, you know, they don't know how to get into the system. So we've got much better at it. The council tax exemption doesn't apply to our kinship carers yet, does it? No. So I guess that might be something that we might take away and look at. But again, we have to work out what the impact is on the budget. But certainly in terms of the maintenance allowance, that the removal of means testing has been quite a significant thing, because they are essentially doing the same job. I think we are getting much better at that work, and Lisa might want to add on that, but I think there is still more we can do, and maybe the council tax exemption is something that we might need to go away and look at. But again, that will have an impact on the budget, clearly.
Yeah, the Families First reforms is a significant factor for us to think about family networks much earlier on. So wherever it's safe and right to do so, we want to keep more children at home within their family networks or connected to those people that they're familiar with. So we are putting a big drive and effort into thinking about how do we do that much earlier on in the system, to have those conversations with our families about who's important. Because what we were finding is that unfortunately a lot of families who were coming to our attention were in a crisis state. And of course, when you start to have conversations about, well, who are your family networks, we were often being responded with, well, there is nobody. There is no family, and that can't be possible. What tends to happen is when you're in a crisis, sometimes those relationships with their families had broken down and they didn't want to access that support. And we ended up bringing children into care rather than being able to have those conversations and looking at alternative options. So we have already invested in a family group conferencing model, which is going to be stipulated in the Wellbeing in Schools Bill. So it's great that we're already in advance of that. We've secured the funding, we've got posts in place, and we're already seeing a positive impact. And a part of that model offers mediation. So for those families who perhaps already come to us and say, no, I don't really have any connections, I don't have anybody that we could facilitate family group conferencing, we will put in some offer before that and offer mediation to see, can we get families round the table to be having those conversations. And then as part of the Families First, what we want to focus on is our much earlier. So family group conferencing will be at the high end of level of intervention. So those children who are at risk of child protection, potentially going into proceedings. So we really have that kind of last chance of opportunity to think about, rather than removal, is there any other opportunity? And then we're building what our family networks will look like right from first point of intervention with our Families First front door, thinking about who's in their family networks, and all the way through the system, so that hopefully when we do get to that high end of level of intervention, we know what that package of support could look like, and we can mobilise that through family group conferencing as well when needed.
Councillor Blight.
I was beginning to regret only asking one question at the beginning. Thank you very much. Page 25, I'll come back to education and healthcare plans. And we've heard this morning lots of strategies to avoid families seeking an EHCP. But my concern about this point actually is about the way it's phrased, and I might have a recommendation about rewording this, and I'm seeking officer support on that, because if you look at the very last bit on 9.8, it says mitigation focuses on expanding local provision, reducing reliance on independent placements. No problem with either of those two things. And then it says curbing new EHCP applications. And for the benefit of more negative-minded people, and given the recent historical context of lack of trust from parents and carers in the councils dealing with EHCPs, and our very positive, I think I can say that, review before Christmas of the SEND provision, which highlights, I think, that parents do now trust us, schools do now trust us. I'm wondering whether that's badly worded and we could think of another phrase for that, because when I read that, the only thing I could think of was maybe we're going to be actively slowing down the application process because we have a legal requirement to meet 20 weeks. And that's not a good thing to be saying that we're going to be doing. So that's a very long-winded question about the wording of curbing new EHCP applications, which I think gives the wrong message.
That's a very, very good observation, and I can see the nodding here. Whispering in my ear is the journalist herself, who said, "What about the phrase of minimising the requirement?" And I think that is probably a better phraseology, because we don't want to undermine the really good work that we have been doing in terms of building up those relationships with our parents and carers, and much of the build has been in terms of obviously making sure we've had the right interventions and such, but it's also about building those partnerships and that co-production work that we've actually done. And I suppose you are absolutely spot on, because I just think of so we've, as you know, that there's been this targeted funding model that we've had, which has been 2.845 million has been ring fenced for mainstream schools. So I think we've got, is it 380 children? 380 children have benefited from that. And I can go through all the figures and such, but what we've very much done in cooperation with schools is that finance has gone into specific schools who have requested, have got provision, and has had a real impact on children and their families. And I do have all the figures, but what I really wanted to sort of like perhaps sort of illustrate, because I wrote this down after I made a visit to a particular school, and I went to this particular school, and in fact it was in our ward, and we'd gone in. We hadn't gone in to look at this targeted provision. We'd actually gone in to look at some playground painting that they had for a hopscotch square thing or whatever it was, and ended up talking to the teacher who was running this this special provision. And the comments that she made were actually about the confidence that had given the children. What did she say? She said the impact was on the children's confidence and self-esteem, making them feel much happier and that real sense of belonging. And and a happy child who feels that sense of belonging and they're succeeding, going home, is going to actually have a positive impact on parents. And of course, what's driving EHCPs as well is parental pushing for those. When you're doing that, you have an impact in which there's far less likelihood of actually, and we're doing the right things to, and there's still a demand, but we are trying to push back in a positive way, so that children are having a positive experience and feel supported, families feel supported, and therefore less likely to want to demand an EHCP. Because what I would always say is an EHCP is, it's a document, it's a statement, or whatever, it's a legal requirement. However, what you actually want to do is intervene early and deal with the issues. It's exactly the same as children's social care, and the earlier you intervene, the better. And I think government is perhaps acknowledging that. There's been announced, I think we've got £3 billion that's going to be allocated to local authorities for provision for what would be sort of like capital build and investment. That's on top of the 700 million that's already gone out to local authorities for investment, again in schools, for provision and support in schools. And if we get it right in our mainstream schools for our children who do have special needs, you're not going to have the drive and the demand. But you're absolutely right. We need to perhaps rephrase that. I don't know how easy it is to do that.
I can just change it in the final report. Yeah, I've got
It's that simple. Excellent.
Okay.
I'm going for my second one, if
Yeah.
I may, please, whilst I can. Page 206 is the monthly spend by directorate. So looking at the children's services line, give you a chance to get there. It's the very last page and the very end of the reports before the risk register. I'm looking at, in particular, the relative spends of both teams in June and October, and wondering why those months, particularly in children, young people and families, is higher than the other months around it. What happens in June and October, and then what happened in November that it's so much less in children, young people and families. And that's a bit of an odd question, but maybe the financial
How much an
experts in
ex-placement
the
driven,
corner
but
can help.
Matt can answer.
Just to clarify, it's agency spend.
Oh, I see, right. Good question. I don't know the answer to that.
I can follow this up and I'll extract the transactions. We're actually working to reduce our agency spend in children, young people and families. So I can't comment as to why some months spike and some don't. It may be some employees delay putting their claims in and it just happens that those 2 months have spiked for that reason. But our numbers are coming down, so I would expect to actually see the monthly spend reduce as well. So I can follow that up.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I was just looking at that, and it seems to follow suit in where Councillor Creswell is as well. Those figures seem to marry up, so it would be kind of possible to have a kind of follow up on that question, because it is something that Councillor Bright brought up, but it would be nice to understand why. So perhaps we can look at that. Councillor Ricketts, please.
Thank you, Chair. Sort of back onto the capital programme on page 49. I touched on it before. There's 2 million for residential houses. Matt, can I just get clarity on how many houses, how many children will be supported?
Four children at 100%. At 100% capacity, it'd be 4 children, 2 and 2. So 2 homes, 2 children in each home.
4 children, £2 million. Right, okay. Okay, that is why I'm passionate about it, because I get the empathy side to it all, but I do think we need to look at other ways forward. So, for instance, I don't agree with buying up residential homes that first-time buyers could potentially have. When we have empty homes all around the city, yeah? So for me, we should be converting empty homes, working with Councillor Pemberthy's department, because then there'd be a double impact of positivity. So I think that would be a recommendation of me. And also we have, as I've said before, council assets. We seem to have less people in the office, so we need to be looking at our assets. There's to see if we can use them. We can utilise them to help young people in need, which I don't think we're exploring. We've got the Royal Building empty and other places. And the other thing that really came home is I'm still thinking about that pitch. I think we've got a problem with the pitch, with the sums of money, and we're trying to say, bang, here's why you should take in some vulnerable young people, noble cause. You get your council tax knocked off, and then I can't remember exactly. It's some tickets to the zoo. We should, whatever it was, we should be doing more than that. We should be really incentivising. So if that's our pitch, that's where I think we've gone wrong. So we need to be offering bigger financial incentives to families to take in people. Yeah, I don't think the offer's there yet to do what we all want to achieve, and that's for the best outcomes for the young people.
Councillor Freeman, did you have an interjection? You put your hand up right most strongly there.
Yes, please. I would like to do an interjection, if that's okay. Thank you. Through you, Chair, I would really suggest that sometimes we watch the terminology or choose our language a little bit more carefully when we're talking about our foster families and our young people. Councillor Ricketts has said, with regards to 2 homes, £2 million, 2 children in each home, we've already had the information this morning that says that there are some children who may require specialist intervention that can cost up to £25,000 a week. That's £1.3 million a year, but through you, Chair, if Councillor Ricketts is suggesting we carry on spending £1.3 million a year on one child, when actually, after the initial outlay, costs would be considerably cheaper by being able to have our own children's homes. I just wanted to make those points because I feel that, again, through you, Chair, that Councillor Ricketts has disregarded some of the information. And just to wrap up by saying there are also foster care allowances that are paid. It's not just about tickets to the zoo.
Chair, just on that, we're not in full council, right? We're in a scrutiny panel, okay? And obviously it's a Labour-dominated scrutiny panel. If I'm asking questions to the department and the administration, I don't think an interjection is the way forward. I want a response from the department. Thank you, Chair. I think that's the most appropriate way forward.
Let me re-emphasise this. I asked Councillor Freeman what she wanted because she put her hand up. I think that's the most appropriate way. We will go back to your question, Councillor Ricketts. I kind of think we should be phrasing our questions with the full facts rather than just giving tickets to the zoo. I understand the point you were making, but I will ask members to make sure that their questions are as accurate as possible, because I think that does an injustice to the whole system. But I am going to ask for either Jemima, Lisa to come back on that. And then I will go to Councillor Holloway, who wanted to make a point.
Thank you, Chair. Looking after children who come into our care isn't just a noble cause. It's a huge part of what the council does and is expected to do. I'm a corporate parent, you're a corporate parent, and doing the best for these children is actually all of our responsibilities when we become councillors. And the idea of putting children in unused council assets, I'm a bit shocked that you've suggested that. As I talked about, the shift in children's social care is that these children should be entitled, like any other child, like your children, like my children, to live in a family home, in a family environment. It's not about having the big children's homes of the past. It's about, because this works, this is the best place for them to be. And I really think that budgetary issues aside, what we are trying to do is, as I said, that report from Josh McAllister talks about stable homes built on love, and that is what we are providing, not sectioning up an office block to put children in. And I'm shocked that you would even think that was an all right thing to say in public, to be honest, particularly as you're a corporate parent. So I think there is a piece of work to do in society in general around children's homes and really understanding what that means, because I think people have a kind of institutional memory of what that is. And I mentioned the tickets to the zoo because that is part of the wider partnership we have in the city to support our Foster for Plymouth work. We have a whole offer, and I didn't know I would needed to talk about allowances and all the rest of it, but obviously there's a fairly substantial financial package because this is a job, and I know that again there's institutional memory about fostering is about doing the right thing and not being rewarded for it and all the rest of it, and you're doing it as a vocation, and actually that's what our foster carers are doing, but that means quite often they can't have a job, so they need to pay the bills, and our allowances really reflect what they do. And I wanted to go back very quickly, if it's all right, Chair, to what Ian said around the people that work in children's social care, and the conversations around profiteering are absolutely nothing to do with the people who look after and care for our children every day. And I see our social workers, family support workers, personal advisors every day going over and above for our children because they care about them. I can go through the full support package, which you can find on Foster for Plymouth. We have a really compelling support package. Many local authorities don't give council tax, don't offer that to foster carers. We have a compelling, robust support package, and tomorrow, no doubt, when I speak to probably 30, 40 more foster carers, they'll tell me some other things they think we ought to be doing. And then we'll go away and work out how we can provide that. But I really want to underline that we're all corporate parents here. These children are our responsibility, and doing the best for them and providing the best for them is incumbent on all of us. And I don't think, maybe it's important to remind people of that responsibility, that, being a counsellor is many, many things, but being a corporate parent is one thing that binds us all.
Thank you. Lisa, did you want to come in now? One thing, Jamie is going to send that document around to every member that is here.
Thank you. I think it's important to highlight that the children that come into our care, as Councillor Langer said, do need loving environments. They've often faced abuse, trauma, and we have a responsibility to place children in registered settings. So we can't just provide a place for them to go and live. It has to be approved by Ofsted. It has to be registered by Ofsted. So for children who require residential placements, there are specific regulations that we must comply with. If we were to put them in a placement that wasn't Ofsted registered, it is illegal, and our executive director can be interviewed under PACE. So we are not prepared to be placing children in illegal placements. So we have to be mindful of the types of accommodation that we would source for the local authority to place children. The other thing is, I know that there was a comment made earlier around foster carers and some of the homes for Ukraine, and could we do something similar? Again, fostering is a regulated provision, so our foster carers have to be go through DBS, they have to have medical checks, they have to have certain assessments, they have to meet certain criteria and standards, and that's all because they are looking after our most vulnerable children, and we want them to have the best care and the best support available. So there is lots of regulations that have to take place, and of course what we need to bear in mind is that our foster carers have to do training. So of course the types of people that want to come forward for fostering have to meet all of those standards, and we have some fabulous, absolutely incredible foster carers who do a great job day in and day out. And often what we find is that sometimes through our panel, because they have to be approved at a fostering panel, they might get approved for a specific cohort of children, so it might be an age range. So sometimes that limits us because of their skills or their home environment. So there'll be lots of things that might influence that. But there are times when sometimes we put in special requests to say that actually we've got a child for a short period of time that we could make an adaptation to your approval. Would you provide care? And our foster carers are incredibly flexible and do accommodate us on lots of occasions to support as many children as possible. But I think it would be naive to assume that we aren't doing enough to attract carers, because there is regulations and they are expected to do a lot. It is a job, so they are employed by the council. It's not just that we're pitting people off the street to come and provide care for children. There are lots of facets that we need to consider as part of that.
Thank you.
Just want to come back on it, just on a supplementary, because a lot of things have been said there. Listen, I am on this scrutiny panel, to look at figures, and I will throw out suggestions to help the authority. And also, I'm mindful of how passionate we all are about young people, and we all want them to have the best chance in life. So it's not a league table of who cares more. I've given some ideas, suggestions about how we can save money and improve lives at the same time. Now, I've said you didn't come back on, I think the empty homes thing is something to explore. I think using our assets is something to explore. I'm not saying put children into office space per se. I'm saying you would convert that into appropriate homes that meet the standards. Now, if you're saying that's impossible, then fair enough. I've asked the question, you've given me the answer. But don't get too defensive when I say your pitch, I think, needs to be better, and the thing we need to look outside the box.
Okay. Councillor Holloway, I promised I would come to you.
Yeah, it was a bit earlier in the discussion, but I think it may have been covered by what you said, Chair. The earlier recommendation that made that we circulate the Foster for Plymouth pitch, brilliant. And I think, you know, I know, just to reassure Councillor Ricketts, when I sat on the relevant committee scrutinising that a number of years ago, in terms of the marketing, the pipeline, to speak to the thrust of your concerns, there was a lot of work done 2 years ago, but maybe I know we have the chair of that committee in Councillor Blight here, so if there is more that needs to happen, not in the budget context, but in the broader scrutiny bit, you know, I think that's why this committee is good to sort of take, if there are any viable alternatives that we can take them away if it isn't through this budget process. I think there is also, just in terms of that, how we assess the facts in front of us as a committee. Councillor Ricketts cited the 2 million spend, which Officer helpfully said more on, that it covered for 4 children. I think, you know, I think what we can't see in these papers is that isn't effectively saying, you know, 2 million capital asset equals 500,000 per child. What that is an asset over time which will have value, which goes towards the reduction of costs overall. So I know one of those investments is in our shared ward, Councillor Ricketts, and I for one welcoming us. You know, think if we can create this kind of loving, appropriate environments in such a wonderful community as Drake, I think that would be brilliant. But perhaps to make another recommendation, if on an item like that, if there's the 2 million breakdown, what that actually, you know, it's not just a capital asset. If there's any sort of analysis that's been done as to how that converts to longer term savings beyond the in-year budget, that would be very helpful. Thank you, Matthew.
I think you make a point that that's something that the democratic officer will make a note of, Charlotte, and we'll see how we take that forward. I have got Councillor Rainsford, Councillor Penrose, Councillor Freeman and Councillor Holloway. Is that correct? No and no. So I will move to Councillor Rainsford.
Thank you, Chair. This is sort of piggybacking on your comments earlier about home to school transport and the ever increasing costs in that sphere. Have we looked at whether or not we can incentivise parents to drive their children rather than use taxis? I know some authorities are looking at this, but I have no idea whether it's just a sort of flash in the pan media headline or whether it's something that's genuinely worth looking at.
We do have a scheme which I think is about mileage allowance as far as parents are concerned, and we do quite a lot of work to encourage where parents to you know, take their children to school where they're able to, and there's been, I think, variable uptake as far as that's concerned. I don't know what the figures are exactly, but I think that Louise can probably add a little bit more about that.
Yeah, it's something which we do promote. Paying parents mileage is a lot more cost effective than providing taxis or minibuses. So it's something which has always been promoted within the department, but the uptake is relatively low. I think sometimes parents have got more than one child to take to different schools because a lot of them are going to special schools. So yeah, it is available and parents all know about that, but the majority go by taxi or minibus.
It's worth keeping that though at the forefront because of kind of like, you know, I know we had quite a promotion at one point, you know, keep pushing that, because obviously there will be, you know, some children are coming out the end, new children coming in, so you know it's certainly worthwhile actually promoting that. But it's certainly in the past it hasn't always been as successful as we probably would like, and obviously quite a challenge depending on how far away children are from school. We did quite a lot of work on our routes though, didn't we? Quite a lot of effective work on our routes so that we were making sure that we had children actually Because at one point we had far too many children travelling independent, you know, in one taxi with one child. So actually, and that's why we need to look again at things like, for example, our sort of like buses and shared buses, exploring as well things like, for example, exploring things like in some local authorities, and it doesn't always work everywhere, but actually children travelling on a bus to a pickup point and then being met by someone from the school. So they're actually not necessarily travelling all the way by a vehicle, because that vehicle might be going to several other schools. There is one thing I would also add as well, is that there is a benefit, because if this is wider, is looking at all the possibilities of how we can save, but there is one there. We had some parents who weren't very happy when their children ended up being in sort of like shared transport going to school, and I dealt with some of those. But one of the advantages of doing that is that children have that opportunity to have a bit of like socialising on the way to school and on the way back. And that is actually also part of their sort of their experience, education, learning, and becoming more independent.
Okay, I'm going to ask Amanda to come in. If you could kind of condense it, because I want to keep to time, and I've got Councillor Penrose still to ask question. Thank you.
It's a really quick one. It's just to say that we look at every aspect all the time. It's under constant review, so a really comprehensive plan that we constantly review. It comes to our DMT monthly, so that we really challenge ourselves and we look at best practice.
Councillor Penrose.
Thank you. Quite briefly, it's been wonderful, this emphasis all the time on early intervention and prevention. I think we all recognise that the best programme ever that did that was Sure Start. And I believe has been some thinking with the recent government, a new model, Best Start. And I just wondered if there'd been any thinking about either starting those in view of what Councillor Holloway said earlier on, or enhancing some of our existing welfare hubs, because clearly the money going in, I know they were expensive, but we've got examples in your presentation of invest to save. Question.
I'll ask Jemima to answer a bit more on the hubs, but the government's got this thing at the moment, which is better start in life, and a real emphasis on early years and early intervention. And although you say that Sure Start was expensive, there are lots of studies that have been made on the impact of Sure Start, and some of the studies made actually showed that those children who had gone through that Sure Start experience support actually impacted on, I think, as much as half a grade at GCSE. So in fact, the early intervention really, really important, and it impacts and saves long term. And perhaps if we'd had Sure Start all the way through, children would have been much more resilient, and families would have been much more resilient during the time of COVID, and they would have in fact recovered much more quickly.
I can pick up on the bit about the family hub. So we commission providers to provide support through Action for Children, LARC and Barnardo's. The support that they provide out in the communities within those hubs is incredible. We're increasing how we provide support for families to access some of those hubs by also setting up satellite hubs as well. So that will be through libraries and various different buildings. And as part of the social care reforms, what we're really focusing on is how we build locality models. So thinking around that early help and prevention, how we bring all of that wraparound support with family hubs, other partner agencies, schools, and so forth, all into one space to be able to wrap around that family. So very much great work that's happening with the family hubs, and that's very integrated into what our model is going to be around the neighbourhood locality working.
Okay. Finally, it just draws to me to say thank you very much. Really informative. I wish you good luck. But also, again, I want to re-emphasise to you, as I did to the previous guests, we've got a lot of councillors with a lot of experience and a lot of will at Scrutiny, and any decisions that you've got coming up that you want our input into, please come to us. We will do our best to be your critical friend to help you deliver your goals and agendas. So that's all I ask, and thank you very much. And I now draw this session to a close. Thank you. Right, good afternoon, members, and welcome back. We now move on to session number 3, which is health and adult social care. I'd like to welcome Councillor Aspinall, Gary Walbridge and the team, and Steve and the team. I will now hand over to you for your 5 minutes. What I will then do is ask members for questions for the panel, and then I will sum up at the end of it. So, Councillor Aspinall, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I don't know who's timekeeping, but if somebody can warn me at 4.5 minutes, I'd be extremely grateful. I'm very fortunate in that I work with 2 of our directorates here, and so I'm going to tackle that in as 2 separate things for the moment. The public health grant is ring-fenced, and so therefore we have some very strict rules of what we can use them for. This year's ring fence, 2025 to 26, was 18.1 million. And that was, we had to make sure that we did a whole load of statutory services for that. And that included sexual health, NHS health checks, health protection, and 0 to 5 children's services. This is a thing that we must do. We can't get out of that. And I think if you think about the public health generally, we often find it's little ones that spread their bugs and diseases. So our priorities have to be focused on reducing health inequalities. Many of you will know that the Director of Public Health produced his report, and that this year is concentrating on women's health. And of course, the statistics for that are quite horrendous in the fact that women often have poorer health for longer. But they live longer, but they have poorer health in that time. But aside from these core services, public health has delivered significant successes this year. Highlights are the Plymouth Protect vaccination campaign, outreach blood pressure checks, delivery of ageing well priorities, breastfeeding support, mental health initiatives, and support for homeless populations within the health and wellbeing event. These achievements demonstrate how a public health grant enables us not only to meet statutory obligations, but also to invest in prevention and community resilience, and that support is a priority for the Council's plan. However, our challenge remains the ring fencing. For 2026 to 27, proposal we have is to use part of the grant to, in its broadest term, to help elements on the environmental health team, specifically activities aligned with the grant's terms and conditions, such as environmental hazard protection and infectious disease surveillance and control. In associated risk is clear. The level of public health grant funding may not be sufficient to meet the delivery targets of the Office of the Director of Public Health for 26-27. If this occurs, it creates financial pressure across the wider directorate. So we've had some mitigations which you've already read, and I shall leave you with that and then move on to adult social care. This year, our budget was 113,674,000, which includes 132.456 million, which were allocated to care packages. And we also had some clients' money that helped balance that out. But we had 1,295 people in residential and nursing care, 3,090 people in community settings, and 698 people through direct payments. That totals 3,691 individuals that are receiving support. This year, our health and care system has faced increasing demands through our integrated arrangements. We have worked closely with the NHS and system partners on practical initiatives to prevent unnecessary hospital admissions, support timely discharge for those who have required hospital care, improve the times people may have to wait between while they have the social care assessments. I'm pleased to report that these initiatives have resulted in high numbers of people returning directly home after hospital stays, and waiting times for assessments have reduced. So this time we are navigating around market challenges, including closure of one care home and failure of our community equipment provider, a national company supporting a third of local authorities. The local authority has returned to assurance by the Care Quality Commission with a good rating, and I'm really looking forward to how the team are going to work with that, with our partners, to make sure that we get that an excellent award next time, because the staff deserve it. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to everybody in our health and social care workforce. Working in this sector is both challenging and rewarding, and your dedication has made a real difference. Thank you, everybody. I'm going to leave it there, because I'm sure we got to the 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mary. I'm going to indulge as chair, just to start with. I noticed that management actions for savings this year are 4.254 million. Under the context of where we are with the current budget, how confident are we that those management actions will be delivered? I know there's a complex and there's different areas of that whole saving, but actually this budget is predicated on us making that 4.254 million. So I'd like to hear from Steve, from the team, and Gary, just how confident we are of achieving those planned savings.
I'll hand to Gary first, because I'm not too sure if yours are in there as well, Steve. Are they not? That's right.
Thanks, Councillor Coker. And I think on page 46 of the report, what you'll see from us is the areas of work that we have highlighted and indicated this year. I guess what might be interesting to note was we started last year with a target which we've now reached at month 9. So I think what we've got is that bit of a track record of being able to understand what our savings are and therefore make sure we've got the right focus. So when we compile these savings, we go through quite a lengthy process through our services, and it covers a whole range of things. Now, I don't know if you would like me or you'd like us to kind of take you down some of those individual lines, but overall, what I would say in terms of a confidence is that we have got a good degree of confidence around delivery of these plans. What we also have is a really robust set of governance arrangements that are in place that track our progress through the year, because as straightforward as they look on a piece of paper, the work we do is very, very complicated, and what you'll find through the year is some of the areas of work that you do will be more successful in some other areas, and that governance gives us a good opportunity to see where things are working or where they're not. We might also have to react in year to some other events that go on, and that governance helps us spot early where we're winning or where we might need to do some other things, and then we can then create some of those alternatives or go faster or harder in some of the areas that win. So generally, I would say we're pretty confident about the work that we're doing. I think last year we've certainly already achieved. This year we've already achieved some of our savings. If you'd like, at any point through the questions, you would like us to go through some of that in more detail, then I'm very happy for me or my colleagues to talk about any of those individual lines and what's inside them.
Okay, I just wanted to kind of get the overall feel of, we put in savings. As you know, my previous existence, I did the other side, and actually members need to feel confident that what you've put in is achievable, and you've articulated that very well, Gary. We might well come back to that later. I'm now going to offer it to, first I've got Councillor Ricketts, Councillor Allison, Councillor Freeman. That will do for the minute because I'll forget.
Thank you and welcome today. I'm just going to go to page 20 on the talks about the fair funding review. The Department of Health and Social Care will shortly publish notional adult social care amounts to set expectations for how much funding should be allocated to this service. And then it goes on to say, it should be noted that this approach to redistributing social care grants significantly disadvantages Plymouth, as the city receives a lower share of this funding. What is the extent of the disadvantages, and what are the figures that we're talking about? Thank you.
So there's two different things there. So the first point you picked up was the notional adult social care amounts. So that's they are notional targets that MHCLG are bringing in, but they've not really published much information about that. So that's kind of ensuring that councils are spending what they think we should on adult social care. So we'll look at that when that comes out. Then the other element is a significant amount of grants have been rolled into core funding, which Councillor Larry said in the first session. The bulk of those are social care grants. And if you work through the percentage we used to get of those versus what we get now under the new funding formula, it is less. It's hard to pull that out, but we have external modelers who've done that work for us. And the initial figure they come up with was that we are £20 million down on the fact that those social care grants have been rolled in.
Helen, I really appreciate it, because it's just getting a context of the situation. Are we, Mary? I'm sure you are. You lobbying government on this sort of thing, and how are we getting on with that? Because that's £20 million that we feel that we're losing out on.
We certainly have been lobbying, and we certainly have been talking to the ICB because we get monies come down from the NHS to us from them as well. So it is really pushing at all doors possible to get a better settlement. But I don't know if Gary's got any further information on that.
I think I would just add to the things that Councillor Aspinall and Helen have talked about is clearly it's been quite a complicated year in budget setting because we've moved into a multi-year setting, and a lot of grants which you weren't quite sure if they would continue or not are now being rolled in. So that's made the job of understanding all of that more complicated for us this year. We are part of, in terms of understanding that, we do join other areas and other authorities of similar nature and construct where we put together our feedback, and then we do, as you talk about, Councillor Ricketts, advocate some of the areas that we might express a concern around in those formulas, or that we would appreciate further clarity on understanding how that's really being translated. This morning, I think in first session, Councillor Evans also talked about some of the meetings that we'd had with MHCLG, and that what we're now waiting for is to see how some of those conversations transpire into further clarity or update in terms of the funding formula outcome, which is the 9th of February.
So I should also say that new formula is quite complicated. So there are other things that do actually quite benefit Plymouth and offset those changes. So they've brought in a new resource adjustment, which is basically takes into account how much we can actually raise through council tax as part of the formula. So we kind of win on that side of it as proportionately to what we lose on that. So, but we have responded in the settlement consultation to those specific points where it is disadvantaged in Plymouth.
As well, I appreciate the fact that we're fighting back and saying if we don't think it's fair. Do you think, is that what every council's saying, or is it just we feel that it's particularly hurt us with the funding formula?
I think from what I'm hearing, some councils have done much better than us, and I think that's particularly the London councils have done quite well. But Helen will probably have more idea about that.
Yeah, we could probably pull out some details of that if you're interested in that to show the modelling of other local authorities. But it does seem to it's different across all different authorities really. But it's likely that similar authorities have a similar issue with the social care grants.
So it's a mixed bag there. Yeah, some do well, some haven't. We're on the other side. Thank you.
Councillor Allison.
Thank you. It's a bit of a high-level one, if you'll forgive me. This is maybe the third or fourth full budget I've done as a councillor in my time, and it's very similar to the previous ones in that the key driver of the pressure is social care. And we spent the last session talking about children's social care, in which the actual number of people receiving that care versus the population hasn't really changed, isn't a driving force. And the driving forces are things that we can mitigate, and that's given them the opportunity to come with lots of interesting solutions for how to keep the costs down. But with adult social care, I can't fundamentally get past the fact that the key problem seems to be that we just have more and more people year on year who need adult social care. And you guys have done a fantastic job year on year finding ways to mitigate that impact. But actually, in the long term, beyond this year and next year, how are we going to solve this as a crisis? Because it's going to continue to get worse and worse and worse as more and more people require it. I don't see the light at the end of the tunnel with adult social care. I'm not really sure what the long-term plan or strategy is. Does that make sense?
Certainly, the Social Care Act of 2014 said anyone was entitled to an assessment. And obviously, if they have assessments, some may have minimal needs, others could be a lot of needs. And so therefore, we have to be making sure that we're doing assessments and getting people established in the right place. But I'm going to hand this now to Gary about how we try and have people in the right place at the right time.
Thanks, and a really good question, and of course one that is exercising not only our brains in Plymouth, but I think nationally, thinking about that demand. Some of the work done through Steve's areas in terms of helping us trying to predict the population and its makeup show a significant growth in Plymouth, and I think we've included in our risk document just some headline numbers around that, where we described the over 65 population to increase by 31.6% between 2021 and 2043, which is very significant. And nationally, that's the picture. We also see what's happening in terms of our NHS pressures, in terms of and things. So we see more people, we see more complexity, and I think some of the work through public health also shows some people living longer in those spaces, you know, of poor health, and therefore perhaps at more risk, if you like, of needing help and support as we move forward. From our point of view, there are a number of things that will happen that we hope will help. And I guess firstly, social care reform. We know there is the Casey review, which is scheduled in, although that is going to take some while to deliver. For us, in the meantime, it's really doing the work together, both as a council but as a city, to make sure we absolutely understand that population that's coming through and what is needed, and that we put a lot more focus and emphasis on helping people help themselves and remain as independent as possible. You will see that reflected in some of our plans for this year, where we've got the 1 million, which people can talk to, and Julia can talk to in a while. People are interested around some of the work we want to do around preventative and reablement and more targeted intervention. But we also need to make sure that anyone who is starting to feel that there may be help and support needed, that we get the right information and access to wellbeing hubs and all those other things that we can do to help inform them about all the things they can do to keep themselves well, which can either mean that we provide a little less support to them, or that perhaps they can remain independent, which is the goal of most people, of course, in this city and everywhere else, that they remain more independent and don't require that kind of statutory service intervention. And I think that has to be our core focus to deal with it, and that will go some way towards that challenge, but won't in itself be a solution, and that's where we'll need that kind of wider reform, which we know we can see the timelines of that for the longer term. Is that okay?
I'm going to ask Steve to come in as well.
Thank you. I think it's a really good question and poignant that we're not necessarily going to stem the flow of the crisis in adult social care in the next few years. I think just to really emphasise the points that Gary's made is the broader role of the local authority, but also the wider city in regard to partners in how to enable people to live long, happy, healthy, independent lives for as long as possible is really key. As we know in Plymouth, we are an ageing population. We're going to continue to get older. With that does bring complexity. We're dealing with complexity now, and that's going to probably continue for a period of time. which is why we need to intervene sooner. Gary's already highlighted some of the key things that we're doing in that space to try and get people to be as healthy as they can be now, to prevent that need for social care or to not require as much. But the figures are quite telling at this moment in time that the challenge is going to continue. Prevention is really the way forward, but we are starting really from early years all the way through, and we need to be mindful that that does take some time. So anything that we intervene with now, we may not see the fruits of our labour for 5-10 years.
Councillor Freeman.
Thank you, Chair. I have a couple of questions. Do you want me to do them one at a time, or can I do them all together? Chair.
Sorry.
That's okay. I have a couple of questions. Do you want me to do, can I do them all together, or would you prefer one at a time?
You can do 2, but that doesn't mean you can do 22.
Not at all. There was actually 3, but that's fine. I'll take 2. I'll take 2. Thank you for your report introduction, Mary. First of all, can we turn to page 29, paragraph 12.7? So the report says that there are 3,969 adults in the care of Plymouth City Council. So I'm aware that we do also have, or there will be out there within Plymouth, a substantial amount of elderly who are self-funding. But as they self-fund, so their capital and assets reduce down, and at some point they will qualify for local authority funding. Do we have any idea what sort of impact figures that may be for next year or the year after? That's the first one. Shall I wait for an answer first? Yeah.
Right, Julia, can you take? Sorry, one.
Thank you, Councillor Freeman. It's a really interesting question, because what we don't have is a complete picture of every self-funder in our city. What we do have is a picture of all those people who were self-funding that have come then to require support from the state because their money is dropping down below threshold. So within our budgets, we always have a cohort of people who go through that experience, and we can see those numbers, and they are part of our modelling. Some of the work we try to do with our providers is to get more and more clarity and insight over how many people there are who are self-funding in our city, because we do know some of them. We couldn't put our hands on our hearts and say we know all of them, because of course our duties are for those people too, in terms of information and advice, and making sure that the care and support they receive is of a good quality. So I think that's, Lou might want to give a bit more context for you.
Thank you, Gary. I think just to say as well, under the Care Act, we have a statutory duty to assess self-funders if they come to us from a charging and assessment perspective. So we would hold that data and information, and one of the things we'd like to do is grip that better to make those assessments for actually when in the future are those individuals likely to come to us in adult social care, so that we can build our budget around that and do that future modelling. Thank you.
And also we have developed a self-assessment, financial self-assessment for people to complete themselves on our website, on our front pages. So they will have some sense of what might my contribution be, at what level might I need to self-fund. So giving people a bit more autonomy to make some more informed choices.
Thank you, that's really helpful information. I then wanted to talk about the Disabled Facilities Grant. So last year there was or this current financial year, there is a spend of just over £4 million.
Can I stop you there? The Disabled Facilities Grant comes under Councillor Penberthy. It's not under mine. So you can save that till tomorrow.
I will very happily save that one for Councillor Penberthy tomorrow. Sorry, Mary. Chair, please, may I ask my third question, seeing as my second one wasn't right?
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so how are we ensuring and helping the stability of the provider market in the current financial challenges. So both with like care homes and things, but also like NRS went into administration, Millbrook Healthcare stepped in and filled the gap, thankfully. But then I saw on the budget lines that there is a savings, better care savings of 330,000 on the community equipment budget. So I'm trying to tie that together. How are we helping to sustain them if actually we're making savings on it?
Can we take that as sort of part A and part B, really? I mean, we have a team that will support any care home that perhaps is finding they're struggling a little bit, because they are so, we value them tremendously. And obviously we can help with them to look for alternative things that they can do to keep themselves functioning. But they do know how much we value them, because every year we have an Excellence in Care Awards service ceremony, whatever you want to call it. June last year, we gave 80 awards out, and the pride that these care homes feel and the residential homes feel when they're self-nominated and others need to support them, and the stories they tell is just absolutely wonderful. So yes, they're in no doubt how much we value them, and I think they will come to us if they're hitting a sticky time, and they'll discuss that with us. It's very rare for a care home just to disappear, but unfortunately, occasionally that does happen. But I'll hand it back to Gary.
Thanks, Larry. So there were two parts to that question. I'm going to answer the money bit, and then Louise is going to answer the stability of the market bit. So you were quite right. So we had our community equipment market failure. That actually affected a third of councils in the country. We were very lucky to have Millbrook around and help to do that work. What we've now got is increased cost as a consequence of that in terms of in our system. And you'll see in the budget reports, it will talk about the £660,000 increased cost that we're projecting through next year now to deliver community equipment. You will also see in our savings plan the acknowledgement that we deliver community equipment in partnership with the NHS. So what we're saying is the total cost increase to 660, but our NHS colleagues are going to share that cost with us because we provide that as a single service for the city for people, and we share the costs of that. So that's why that's a line in there. We needed to indicate to show people what the total cost was, but also now we know that the more equipment we provide, the more cost there is, and that we share that with our NHS colleagues.
Thank you, Gary. So I think just to echo what Mary said around how much we value our provider market, we work really closely with our providers, especially in that regulated care space. So the team are always out visiting providers. We're having those conversations, the contract monitoring. One thing that we do want to build into our contract monitoring approach moving forward is some financial indicators, just so that we've got a real transparency over how financially viable those providers are. We know there are challenges. We are applying annual uplifts to their contracts as well. We've recently let the care home tender, the care home framework. So we have a number of care homes now who are part of that framework, who we go to first. We have published rates. We've done the same with our extra care tender, which will come in on the 1st of May. And it's something that we're looking at in terms of our domiciliary care, that optimisation around how does the market work more collaboratively together to deliver that element of care at home for people. So how can we be much more efficient, much more effective? We have regular provider forums where we talk through many different areas with our providers. We give them the opportunity to feed back to us some of the challenges that they're seeing in the market, and to also think about innovative ways to develop services, to deliver services through the use of technology, different levels of service provision. So we're quite confident in terms of the stability of the market and making sure that that we maintain that robust market so that we're delivering the best possible outcomes for the people of Plymouth.
Thank you. Councillor Blight.
Thank you. On that same page that Councillor Freeman referred to, page 46, and the table of savings, is the bad debt provision a good news story in terms of the savings being there, mean that more people are paying our bills, essentially. Is that right?
I will pass over to somebody who knows more about the finance than me.
Such an easy question.
You can add something afterwards if you want. But yeah, so that would be us re-looking at how much we've got in bad debt provision, which I think is about 1.5 million for adults currently, and just looking at the age of the debt and seeing if we can pull that provision down. I know we do still have high levels of debt, but it's kind of a risk-based approach to try and release some funding to the budget.
So it's not a good news story in the sense that I presented it, that more people are paying our bills.
Yeah, did you want to address that, Gary?
So it's not quite that. It's certainly not a situation which is deteriorating, and we certainly have developed more and better ways for people to understand their costs earlier, which always really helps when you're in the process of collecting and needing to pay bills. So the timeliness of those assessments, the fact that we've now got what I would call a pounds, pennies and pence version of an online assessment for people, so they'll know exactly, they can do it themselves if they want or use us, really helps people make informed decisions. It also helps us complete the process of financial assessment more quickly, which means you can begin to collect your debt earlier, which stops people accruing amounts of money they owe, which can become really problematic for some if you don't, if you're not really got access to those funds to pay.
Thank you. And my second question is based on page 178. You have some line graphs, and towards the bottom of that page, the middle line graph talks about mental health contacts in the community. And there's a dip, significant dip, I guess, between July and doesn't appear to have been recovered. And I realise there are more months since this line graph was produced. But since April 25, the trend seems to be going down in terms of mental health contacts. Is that something that we have concern about? Is there a reason for those? It is NHS, yes.
So I'll just add to, a lot of the performance around access to mental health services is not necessarily part of the dedicated service we provide for social care. We mental health services that we are part of that are delivered through health. We know there are more people, but so I'll give a general answer, which is we know that we have seen increasing numbers of people struggling with their mental health. To see numbers coming down on the face of an indicator could potentially be an area of concern, but it will also depend on the other things that are happening for people. So we would have to, Councillor, take some of that offline to give you a more kind of operational answer to that. But from a budgetary point of view, from adult social care, we do commission some mental health services, low-level services locally. We do have AMPs who provide statutory functions for us around mental health, but a lot of this indicator will be things that are done with work through the NHS rather than us.
Can I just come back on that? One of the things that I'm getting a lot more kind of casework are for people with mental health problems, but they're very low level. And is there anything, I know it's like a combination of the NHS and us, and Steve touched on it, but is there anything in this budget that we can look to actually see this improving? Because one of the things I've noticed is that these low-level mental health issues, if they're not addressed, become more serious and then involve a lot more professionals at another level, and ultimately it could end up in the magistrate's court or whatever. And I just worry that we're not moving this agenda, because it's something as a councillor that I get a lot of queries about.
So yes, we are. I mean, I think our work in the space of the integrated neighbourhood teams, where we're working with our NHS partners, our voluntary sector colleagues, and what we're doing in terms of that prevention and that very early intervention for people, so that there is an easy way for folk to get advice, guidance, and not be sucked in to a system that they perhaps don't want to be in or need to be in, but us to be able to provide some low-level support that actually will really help people and prevent things from getting worse and deteriorating. So I think we're involved in that space, and we're really doing some work with our partners to work on that prevention agenda. But Steve can probably talk a bit more to that.
I think to address your question more directly, Chair, is around, from a public health perspective, we do contribute into that mental health space along with our NHS partners. So I think our fundamental intervention here is our health and wellbeing hubs. It can be tricky to unpick exclusively the mental health part of it, though, because the health and wellbeing hubs deliver a wide range of interventions with a wide range of partners. But low-level mental health intervention is part of that, which we contribute around about 200k into an additional pot that the ICB also contribute to as well.
Councillor Penrose.
My question in a way was anticipated by Councillor Allison, because it was this whole big issue of prevention. And obviously in terms of adult social care, I mean, prevention is a lifetime's work, isn't it? I just wondered, because there's an emphasis in the strategy documents, I just wondered if there's any examples you'd like to bring to our notice. Particularly, you mentioned technology-enabled care. You both mentioned it, but you didn't say what it is, and you didn't actually say, is it likely to actually make a big difference cost-wise in how we go forward?
I'm going to go to Julia first, and then Steve will contribute as well.
Thank you, Mary. Yeah, really, really good question. I think one of the schemes that we are looking at bringing in, and we're starting as a pilot in early February, is to offer people what we call a reablement opportunity. So they get the opportunity to have some rehabilitation, some support to improve their independence, to ensure that they don't then go on to need long-term domiciliary care, which improves their outcomes, keeps people more independent, keeps people at home, and our evidence behind that is, is much better for our citizens. Our evidence is based on the work our current reablement team provide, and the work that they do really does show a significant number of people don't go on to need long-term packages of care. So that not only helps in terms of their outcomes, but it also helps the budget. And in terms of the technology-enabled care, we would absolutely be looking at how we can support people to use what's currently out there. There's a lot of tech out there, mobile phones. I don't want to advertise any smart devices that you have in your home, but those type of devices, really people not maybe needing some support to understand how to use them, to stop having the need to have carers visit, which can be quite intrusive to a lot of people and almost interrupts their lives and how they want to live. So it works in both ways, I think.
And I think if we just talk a little bit further upstream, which is trying to prevent people needing this type of support, is looking at some of the work that the Thrive programme does. So the Thrive programme for Plymouth has been running for 10 years. The focus for the next 2 years is very much around prevention. So the Thrive programme is effectively a network of around 350 organisations across the city that come together to look at how everybody can contribute to that prevention agenda. As we talk about prevention, we refer to it as a kind of a bit of a generic term, but there are different types of prevention, which, if we look at it from a health setting, prevention could be preventing somebody from getting a disease, but it could be from preventing people that have disease from getting further diseases. And adult social care and the interventions in that space contribute. But I think it's about looking at the broader role that the city has in helping people in that prevention space as well. And that's why the Thrive programme have chosen prevention as their core theme for the next 2 years as well, to try and drive that agenda home. I think the other thing to mention as well is as we come to the end of our municipal year with the Health and Wellbeing Board, we are just about to reassess our priorities going into 26, 27. And I would probably say, probably on behalf of Mary, that it's prevention is really key to driving the work forward for the next future year there as well. Thank you.
Councillor Poyser.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question. It's actually around domiciliary care and care providers. So you've highlighted the potential risk around provider failure, and I was just wondering that there's a emphasis around contract management as a point of mitigating that. So do you think we have the necessary resources and skilled contract managers to manage that level of risk at the moment within the council?
Yeah, thank you. So we do have some very experienced commissioning officers within that regulated care team space who are working really closely with our domiciliary care providers at all levels in terms of contract management. And we do announced and unannounced inspections and visits as well with those providers. And as I said, that optimisation piece that we will take forward will start to capture a bit more detail around how we manage and work with those providers more closely to ensure that they are sustainable and that they are delivering safe and high quality services.
Just to add to that, because contract management is a really important component of our relationship with our providers, whether they're domiciliary care, residential. But the other thing I would really stress is that for us is that relationship with those people and how we interact with them, have forums to engage, to listen to them, as well as ask them sometimes, you know, to hear some of the things that we've got. It's that relationship that really brings us together and makes that powerful. It's that relationship which also, should there be a market failure, helps bring people together around the solutions to those things as well. So I think as vital, and it is such a vital component of our contract management, helping make sure that we are really clear on our expectations with providers and we have the ways that we can deal with issues. The relationship is the thing that really adds the value, if you like, and kind of the icing on that cake for us, because it helps us through those tough times together as a local authority and providers, as well as make sure we get everything we need out of the things we're buying as well.
Thank you, Chair. That's good to hear, because good contract managers with those particular skills that you're talking about aren't always easy to come by, are they? So the relationship piece is really important in managing these essential services. Just one additional question, which is kind of related to health crises, things that come out of the blue, really. You know, things that we normally, things like COVID and flu crisis. How does that affect us, and how does that affect our budget? I mean, we always think about this impacting upon hospitals, but as a whole system, it must have an impact somewhere. And how's that? These are accounted for in our budgets as well.
I'm going to ask the Director of Public Health to answer that one.
Yeah. Yes.
I'll try. So I think we're always in a planning and mitigation mode for things that will be unforeseeable. COVID, hopefully, was a once in a lifetime experience that we will all have. And we were very fortunate during COVID that we received additional funding from the government to help buffer that. I wouldn't say I could commit the government to future crises, but I think we would be mindful that we would be seeking additional support should we end up in that space. I think contextually, as we discussed this afternoon, adult social care in itself is a crisis because of the ongoing challenges that we see in that space. From my perspective, I think we always do what we can with best endeavours in that moment in time to do what's right by our residents. I can't speak necessarily in the adult space, so I'll refer to Gary, but from a public health perspective, we would always make sure that we did what was right first and then worked out the finance second.
And we have some statutory roles to make sure people are okay, and I know everyone in this room would agree with that. But to answer your question directly, we do not build into our budgets in that way money for disasters. What we do is we make value judgments and assessments on what we think is reasonable to expect to happen in a year, and then we monitor how that works. And flu pandemics are probably the more easy example, and I certainly wouldn't like to describe there being a pandemic now, but you see that prevalence, that impacts on our system. Yeah, no, yeah. But So it wouldn't create feasible budgets if we built in every scenario, but what we do is we look at what we think, we gain information from our colleagues around what could be coming down the line, and then we make judgments around what we need to build into our budgets. And then we talk about risk and managing risk, and that's where our governance of oversight of what we do becomes absolutely key, because what we're doing all year then is saying, in terms of the judgments we've made in setting our budgets and activity, are those things true? I mean, we know they won't be 100% true. We'll have positive impact somewhere, we might have negative, and we then have to have that process of evaluating that as we go through the year.
Thank you. Councillor Rainsford.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a question, sort of trying to tease out the benefits to the city, both in health terms and economic terms, of the new CDC and Colin Campbell Court, because the council clearly invested in it financially as a capital project to save it when the money was pulled by central government under the last Conservative government. But I'm sort of interested in whether you feel, or whether you have quantified or plan to quantify the benefits of having that in the city centre, because I know from the demographic in and around the waterfront that there are people there who won't go to Derriford because it's either inconvenient or it's too far, they can't afford it. And so they don't present until their disease or illness has gone so far down the line that, you know, it's much more serious. And might mean they have to have time off work and all those knock-on disbenefits. Just be interested to know whether or not you do intend to sort of make an assessment of the value of it once it's opened, and do you know when it's planning on opening?
Thank you, Alison. That's a really useful one. I think we've all been amazed about how that building has sprung up, and what I like about it is the entrance to it will be in Western Approach. You won't have to go into the car park. Well, you can go into the car park, but it's mainly from Western Approach. I was asking this week, in actual fact, of Nikki Collis, who's one of the staff team from Derriford, because obviously Derriford are building it, we gave the land, etc. And wanted to know when it was open. And apparently it will be later on this summer. So that's going to be really good. But what I did ask, what are they going to have in it? So on the ground floor, there will be an MRI scanner and some consulting rooms. On the first floor, there'll be a DEXA scan. Now that's one that scans your bones to see if you're at risk from losing calcium, etc. from the bones. Phlebotomy, which is a dear old blood taking thing, and then there'll be some what they're calling a point of care testing, and there'll also be an ultrasound. And then on the top floor, there'll be linear lanes. Now, I haven't quite asked her what linear lanes are, and more consulting rooms and a cancer clinic pathway. And the exciting thing about this is that CDC 1, they've already put in an application to do CDC 2, which will go beside it. And I think it'll still be 3 stories, the same as that one. And there'll be a lot more different things to go in. I know one of my I really, really want to do is we look at the surgeries that are practicing down in that area to see if there'll be any room in that, and I will keep pushing on that to try and do that, and I'm sure Steve will be as well, and Gary. So, but it's really positive. I think I'm just dying to see it without the scaffolding, and I got to admit I did chicken out when they went for the topping out ceremony, because there was no lift in the place, so there was no way I was walking up there. And apparently they put a yew tree, you're supposed to plant a yew tree to celebrate the topping out ceremony. Well, obviously they weren't going to leave it on the roof there because it would have got blown off with the gales we've been having. So they've taken that up to Derriford to plant it up there. So, and I'd never heard of that before in a topping out. So, yeah. Yeah.
Can I just remind people, I thought that was, I let that go because that wasn't necessarily about our budget today, but I thought for everybody listening to the people online, that actually explains, and that's a really useful information. So
Thank you,
that's
Chair.
why I let that go. All right, Councillor Rainsford.
Chair, I was actually quite interested to know whether or not they quantified the economic value.
And of course
No,
I
just
can't
that-
because it's the NHS will be looking at that first off.
Okay, Councillor Holloway.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, just to come back on that, on the question of Councillor Rainsford, I think there is an interest for that part of the city centre, linking to the economic analysis piece, and maybe that's something we tie up with David Draffin as one of our recommendations. Yeah, so my first question, returning to the budget in more detail, just going back to Helen's earlier point, responding to the significant disadvantage to Plymouth with the lower share of funding. You mentioned that there was the like for like was sort of equivalent to a £20 million drop. Can I just clarify on table 7 in page 20 of the papers, is that which line on that is it equivalent to 20 million from? Is that the top line of the social care grant, or is it the total? So is it the 33 million? Does it relate to, is your 20 million calculation relate to the 33 million figure or the 72?
Yeah. So, oh, sorry. All of that 72 million got rolled in, and across the country, all of those grants got rolled in and put into a pot. The social care grants that I'm talking about are the social care grant at the top, Market Sustainability and Improvement Fund. I think those are the social care ones. So they're the ones that got rolled in, and we got a different share of it. So I can give you some more detailed breakdown of how that formula kind of worked out, and the information we got from LG Futures and Pixel, kind of breaking down the different formula where we are at a disadvantage and where we're at an advantage. If that helps.
Yeah, I think that would be really beneficial. I mean, if you're saying it's equivalent to the sort of top 2 rows of that table, my very rough maths would say that constitutes around a 34-35% drop. So seeing the overall picture, I think
the figure
would be
I
really valuable.
gave might have had some other factors in as well, but I'll pull that out for you so you've got that to have a look at.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. So just the sort of main thrust of clarifying that was, you know, that, as has been mentioned, you know, there are 3,900, nearly 4,000 individuals in the city, and I guess this is going to be more of a question for Councillor Aspinall as the cabinet lead. You know, nearly 4,000 individuals who receive adult social care via the council in some form. You know, how, you know, if you explain to people watching at home what that 20 million drop means for those around 4,000 people, I mean, can we bring to life a little bit more about how that impacts?
To clarify, there are other offsetting things that do mean that our overall funding hasn't gone down by that, because there are other things that compensate that, but just that element of it. I probably should do a note for you to kind of break it down.
I think that would be very beneficial, given the scale of some of the figures involved, and I get that it's complex and that things are still evolving and representations are still being made, but it's hard to sort of probe the outputs if we don't know the inputs. Well, we do know them, but getting that granularity, and then maybe we can return to this at the summary session if we need. My second question was on the work being done around the dental task force. I think that's referred to on page 179, where there are 2 graphs that don't require a PhD in maths, because they are sort of straight lines in the bottom 2 graphics to see where folks, adults and children are registered as seeking an NHS dentist. Obviously, I guess what that doesn't show is where there may have been increases in people going on the waiting list if the overall lists are growing, etc. You know, we as a council have been investing in the sort of dental crisis for a number of years.
you know, you've been a sort of champion, obviously, of the dental task force, working with successive MPs. You know, what is your evaluation of the value that you know, and if we can have some figures, that would be really helpful, of the investment we've made into the work around tackling the dental crisis, what the outcomes have been, and why, you know, why do we think that ongoing investment is laid out in this budget will sort of move the dial? That would be very helpful. Thank you.
Certainly the dental task force doesn't have any funding of its own, as you probably know. It's
No, I should clarify
yeah,
the complementary work that the council does.
but it's been worth its weight in gold, really, in making those links and continuing links with the dental school they come along to that, and also the community dental service. Because if you remember, this all started when Councillor Jemima Lang had those 3,000 odd soya beans in a jug and poured them out in a council meeting, because she was horrified to know that that was the number of teeth extracted under GA at Derriford Hospital, and she explained about all the concerns that had. So the value has been in making those links. The value has also been in getting, because the MPs are on board with this, and getting that back to Parliament to the social care Minister. And in fact, Stephen Kinnock has taken over now as the Minister, and we're certainly hoping to invite him down to Plymouth. But it's really been pushing that Plymouth had, what, 22,000 on the waiting list. Now, they've done away with, the ICB has done away with the waiting list, so we cannot now verify what the numbers are. But if you think we know that a huge number of people go to the emergency dental service because they can't go anywhere else. But unfortunately, at the moment, haven't got enough places to supply every help. But what they are doing is they're looking at the contracts that we have. I had a conversation with Luke Pollard a couple of weeks ago, because one of the things that we need to do is to make sure government changes the contract for dentists. And I was really quite relieved to find out that is happening. He couldn't give me any of the details as such, but he said the government is on board to do this. That's absolutely wonderful. Because until we are able to pay private dentists a reasonable sum, they're not going to allot, say, half a day to NHS dentistry. What we also have been pushing for is that the dental school in Plymouth increases its numbers. At the moment, it's 54, I think it's 54, and every other dental school in the country is 70. So you can see that's a huge number of extra dentists that are going through. I think we may be knocking on an open door there, but I don't think it'll be the full 14, but we're waiting to see. So although you might think we haven't got very far, if you think about the supervised toothbrushing scheme that we run here and various other inputs, it's helping. But until the dentist and dentists start getting extra dosh, I don't think we're going to be moving them on that. Do you think so, Steve? Yes, please.
So I think it's worthwhile just recognising that this isn't just a dental crisis for Plymouth, it's a national dental crisis, which is why, although we have our local task force, that's why it's really important that we have our MPs involved in these conversations, because it requires national reform to how the dental contract works. So I think just highlighting some of the key points that Mary's made around, we don't put into the dental pot, it's funded through the NHS. The challenge is we just don't have enough NHS dentists to be able to deliver those services. We're very fortunate to have a dental school in Plymouth. The challenge for us, not only is it to increase the number of dentists that train in Plymouth, but we also need to ensure that we have sufficient training places for them in their last stages of training to keep them in the city, because lots of people will attend training here, but then they will go off and do their placements somewhere else in England and will then probably settle there. So I think the Dental Task Force has done some significant work to try and drive this agenda forward. Has it shifted the dial on those 22,000 people waiting for dental services? No, it hasn't. But I think what it is doing is it's recognising broader oral health in the whole. So how do we intervene with children, but also older people as well, to ensure that we try and keep them in good oral health as much as possible to reduce the need for dental care at this moment in time.
Thank you, and sorry, Chair, if you'll permit me, back to your point, this is related to the budget. I mean, I really appreciate that again, the exposition of why we have the crisis that we do. In terms of the council's spending, I guess there's you know, the support and the secretariat that goes around the task force, great. But you mentioned things like the children's brushing scheme, things like that. You know, can you just provide a bit more granularity on what is in this budget where the council does have an active interventionist role to help drive that ecosystem approach? Just a little bit more on the numbers of that would be welcome, thank you, and why we think it has an impact on outcomes.
Yes, so off the top of my head, I think the broader dental contribution from the NHS is around about £10 million for dental services. But what we're trying to do is get under the skin of understanding that detail a little bit more. For things like supervised toothbrushing, we've received additional funding from the government to help us to be able to deliver that. That isn't huge money, so that's around about £50,000 to £60,000 a year, but also still has a really contributing factor in that space. What we are trying to do as part of the dental workforce is just to understand the dental spend in a little bit more detail, because my approach from a public health perspective is if you can't spend that money on dentistry because you don't have the dentist to spend it on, then let's plough that money into more preventative work. And that's what we're trying to navigate through the dental workforce at this moment in time.
Councillor Poyser.
Thank you, Chair. The government's plan, I think, is over the next 10 years for the NHS is to have much more services based in the community, aren't they? Neighbourhood, net areas, networks, so we can access service easier. We've got preventative type work as well. And I think you've mentioned some of this already. And I noticed that looking at the capital programme for 2025-26, there was 1.6 million that was allocated for family hubs and community services. But after that, there's no capital funding to go into our neighbourhood services like networks, like family hubs, etc. I just wondered, is that like, are we saying that we've got the assets we need within those communities to deliver what we need to do for the next 5 years, or are we drawing upon other assets that we don't? I'm not sure.
So I'll start and then I'll pass over to Gary. So I think the key thing for us at the moment is just to do some asset mapping to understand what we do have. I don't think we're necessarily exploiting all the assets we have across our communities. If you look at some of the work we're doing at the moment, so health and wellbeing hubs, some of them are council assets, some of them aren't. We've got a number of libraries that I don't think we're exploiting to the max. And we've also got some really key sites across the city, including the Life Centre and Folston Park and others where we are able to maximise that. The Life Centre is a really good example of where we are bringing NHS services into those spaces. So you will see a lot more joint working. We've touched on the neighbourhood plan concept, which is part of the 10-year plan, and we're still working through that with our multiple partners. Through that, you'll see the asset rationalisation. And similarly, we talked about CDC this afternoon as well. And actually, as Mary said, there is a whole new kind of build plan there, which gives the opportunity for us to capitalise on that as well in regard to some of those broader preventative services. So I think it isn't about saying there will be no forward requests for capital for new things, but I think we also need to look at our existing stock of assets and how we exploit them for health and wellbeing purposes as well.
Sorry about that, sorry, Chair. No, I understand that. So asset mapping, understanding what we've got available to us is with our partners. I like the way you said that, there may well be a need to invest still at some point. Certainly some of our partners, some of their community centres, assets, libraries, whatever it might be, might need modifications or investment of some kind. So do we need to sort of account for that now, or do we wait? What's the thoughts for that? Because we just don't know until we've done the asset mapping.
I'll say another bit, and then I'll hand it across to Gary. So I think yes, there's absolutely we need to understand, I think, the stock and recognising that not all of the buildings that we own or that we work with partners on are of the quality or fit for purpose in what we need them to do. If you take the health and wellbeing hubs, for example, they are all very different, which means that they don't all naturally give themselves to being able to deliver the same things. So I think there is an opportunity there. What we're also keen to do is how we look at that in a kind of a joint funding or joint venture space with partners. So how do we get other partners to invest in that space as well, which is why we're already brokering some of those conversations, for example, with NHS and some of our bigger health and social care partners to make sure that the service, the assets that we've got are fit for purpose now, but also lean into the broader neighbourhood plan as we go forward as well. But I'll default to Gary now.
Thank you. It's a really important question. We talked about the CDC earlier, and actually the CDC development was part of what we have, which is what we would call our blueprint. So it's a kind of health and social care driven by our local care partnership, which is the way we bring all of our key partners in health and care together. There is a blueprint which looks at what other needs are of the city today, what that's like in 5 years, 10 years, and it also looks at what those assets are in the city in terms of their state and condition and all of those things. And priority one was actually development in the city centre of the building we've already talked about today for some of the reasons we've talked about today. So that is part of that process which looks at all of the estate we've got, because when you are, for example, through the NHS programme, building down at the Colin Campbell Court site that we've talked about, the question is how do we as partners provide services for those communities so that we can sometimes share those spaces. Similarly, they might invest in one of our spaces, if you like, later to develop if that's where the needs go. But we use that blueprint to drive it. What you'll see in the capital programme are the things that are in now for this year and those ideas and thoughts we've got now, but there will be more that come down the line based on the progress that's made through that space, if that answers.
Thank you. Any questions from members? Okay, I've just got one. Gary, looking at the matrix of monthly spend on agency staff, and it's at the back of our pages. I can't give you a page because it's not numbered. Your directorate kind of, some months there is agency spend, some months there's not. Councillor Blight brought up in an earlier conversation about agency spend and why it fluctuates hugely. But I thought I would just nip back a page or two and look at sickness levels in the department, which according to my rating is red. So is there a correlation between the amount of people that are off sick and the amount of agency staff we're bringing in, or am I totally out of the wrong ball game?
Thanks, Councillor Coker. It's red in my view as well, if you like, in sickness. And what I would, it's never straightforward, is it? So our agency spend, if you look at the spend, it is actually relatively low when you see it in comparison to some other areas. In some of our services, it is a direct correlation to availability of staff. So, for example, where we have a respite unit where there are people in there, if a staff member phones in sick on a day, well, we have to provide care and support. And agency, if other staff aren't available, agency is a very reliable way of ensuring that continuity of care for those individuals. So there's definitely that correlation. Some of our sickness has been in areas where there's not a direct correlation. Some of our sickness has been in some other services where what that does is just affects our ability to bring in new people to our reablement service, which I think is the area that Julia can talk about, but that we really are focusing on in terms of our sickness levels because they've been quite high. There's not such a direct correlation. In our residential service, there probably is a more direct correlation, if that makes sense. So you either have to limit the capacity of the service or you have to provide care to maintain the capacity. And when you've already got the people with you, you have to maintain the level. If you can not take new people, then sometimes that's how you manage that level to ensure you don't need to spend. I hope I've explained that in a way which is sensible and makes sense to you, but if not, I'm happy to have another go.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely fine. And I take the point that you don't spend a considerable amount on agency staff, but in my previous existence, agency staff are more expensive in the long term. And the more we program areas to rely on part-time or agency staff, long-term causes us more expense than not. So that was the point that I was making, but you answered that. If you want to answer it as well, feel free.
Just to add to what you've just said, agency is always our the last resort. We would always look to see what's on a practical level, what staff do we have that would like to provide a little bit of extra if we've got some sickness absence. It's never the first thing that we would aim to do. And we're doing a lot of work with the staff groups where we have got high sickness levels to see what we can do to provide some additional support to help them to be a bit more resilient. And they tend to be our frontline workforce who provide 365 days of the year service to our citizens. So I guess that's in part a bit more of a rationale behind why that might be of slightly higher level of sickness.
Councillor Allenson.
I've got a very dull accountancy question, sorry. In terms of this one, we're talking about this agency directorate spend and taking knowledge based on when the numbers move and go up and down, but I just want to check, is it actually an accrual-based spreadsheet or is it just spend? Because if it's just spend, then it could be influenced by just
spreadsheet
when
came
people...
from HR. Do you recognise it?
I don't recognise it, but given obviously... So normally most people say I'm loud enough. Given the year to date, I'd assume it's not accrual based and this would be actuals. They're paid as they're incurred.
Yeah, so it could just be that people have invoiced late or paid early or etc. So it couldn't actually, there might not be any facts to gain from where the numbers go up and down.
We were going to follow it up for children's anyway, so we could look at it.
We'll follow it up, yeah. Right, I'm looking around and I haven't got any questions from anyone. So, I know I'm used to keeping it on time, but I mean, we're 40 minutes in front. So, but Councillor Aspinall, Gary, Steve and the team, thank you for your time. And we will give you grace to leave. We will now formally adjourn the meeting for a wash up for us for the way it's gone today and suggestions. And then we will then reconvene tomorrow. But I wanted to give everybody the opportunity to have a say. Councillor Blight.
Thank you.